2 days is enough, like, isn't it? But it's in, it's going to be 2 o'clock. Doesn't make any difference. I've played like I'm going to go to work at 1 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock. God, isn't it? Got to try that one.
Pass.
55.
Raised 5,500. Pass.
Thank you very much.
Cappuccino shot, I see.
How many? We're in a bit of a revolution in a minute to split it, but we normally get about 16. Yeah. And it's, we pay like 4 tenors for most, you know, like 4 buy-ins. Start with a tenor, 3 buy-ins, up to the total level. And it's kind of, and then we take 20% out, and then the top of your payout beer on the 13th. So it's all right.
Yeah, 2's gone out, yeah. The table's behind.
It's all right.
And you're not retro thing as well, or? You want to like retro things?
No.
Well,
Well, it's funny, Jimmy from certain
Raised 4,500.
different casinos that get contracts and stuff and change. And he, you know, like say Hatton and much from the fair and say Ali and he says, well, you know, we are quite willing to start one just for you. But the trouble is when you do stuff like that, you know, like you get somebody qualified from Wars paying up 16 players, some decent players there. There could be 3 people sitting in a pot and they're qualifying out the same suit, and it doesn't seem fair to me.
So, price at the end, isn't it? After top move,
How much price?
I won 5 chips, really, so that.
No, mate, I'm calling.
23.5.
Good luck, mate.
Shoot on this.
Aye?
It's not the worst one, but it's very nice. I'm not gonna lie.
More out.
A bit more out now. Up, down, 5. Oh, clean takes it.
Hello, you
Yeah,
man.
man.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Cheers, lads.
Look,
Look, next time,
Nice to meet you. You have to talk that no matter what it was.
Sorry?
You have to talk that.
Yeah. He's short. I mean, even if he's got a big hair and that, I think. Sorry?
IP or Dublin. Fly-in and flights and accommodation. And then we go to a national final every March. And
Unless he thought I was
the regional final must be the thing Jimmy's
unless he thought because I've just had a hand previous and obviously was only in year 6, he might think I may have something like that again. I don't know. You don't know what the second level is, or some players do. You know, if you haven't played with them long enough, you know how many levels there are.
Yeah, no.
Sorry?
Sorry, how much was it to call?
Another 17 or something.
So he wasn't 10 big blind.
No.
Sorry, 15, 20 big, well, 15
He
big blind,
could,
wasn't it?
he could sit back and wait a little bit, slither over if he wanted. Especially when I've raised an early position as well.
There's a massive.
Yeah, I would have held on for a better spot. Like, but you can say that now because you could have actually paid for threes or something. When you said,
Sometimes it's a bit different if you've got history with the player, but when you haven't, you know,
no, I've never played against him yesterday. And this chap yesterday,
history does affect your decisions. It's a good
like, he got most aggressive players. And when they was raising me, they were re-raising me all the time, and I gave them no credit. They just do it every hand because they've got the 2,000 checks and the 200,000 checks on your head.
I just can't see why they've got it. I know they want to try and keep the casinos running, but it's just not real. And then it's showing, I don't know how to put stuff. But I tend to buy every fight. And there was championship for so many chips. So when a clock, you might as well have a bean cuckoo clock or a con. It's just. And all you're doing is just delaying the point where you
beat
put
myself
it on. You know, like this, so what? And then, yeah.
There's almost none of advertising a lot of time, like, is there? You think even just put the posters around the gate, like, you know, anything like social media, Facebook, you know, then that. Well, more football there is, the more people that's going to post out or spend the breaks on the roulette and other stuff. And drinks and things.
When people come up, it's guaranteed and creating materials will come yesterday. Yeah.
But when I think of Kirby, what do you say the kid you know? What is going to pick this up? Unbelievable.
35. It's 5,500. 5,500.
Well, I've got like a Jody put out Facebook page and it's got to be 400. Well, really it's a follow from the page on it and stuff. And what gentlemen, you know, like put like chips on the put like a sort of chips and you've got to guess how many chips is there and you get like 4 free entries into the unique game and stuff, you know. And it's funny at least some people are willing. Look at the people come on and what games is on it.
Sure.
I don't know what games is with it there. We think I'll look at it.
9,500.
Oh, that's
Cool. 2 players. Check.
What do you wait then?
Max bet. All in tickle.
Ace Queen.
Something
Maybe not. That's that, mate.
She used to have the camera here, didn't they? Where the people that call.
Used to be chips. That's the first thing I asked when I was on here yesterday. I was about chips. But then, because that's down there, gentlemen, as well, isn't it?
Yeah, they had
Some of the big ones.
You work a lot of the time, didn't you?
and then in the others are around. But it was an electronic seems to not work again. I don't know what it was jam or what or whatever. We need a sign over the
There's a few new hotels around there, so you don't want that's one generally around that area, isn't it? What's that? There's a big one that's been built right now next to the temple as well. It's all just
Look at
hot town. Sorry?
look at.
I don't know the wrong.
I've never been down it.
There's a few new hotels on the foot street, but there's one big thing, and it's just all still got scaffolding up and things. You can't tell what it is yet.
I wouldn't think it.
New builds.
Massive. Oh, I think some brand new hotels and everything around there. It's doing a lot lately, but I think the culture's changing in this country, isn't it? I mean, look how many pubs are closing now. You've got a lot more coffee shops and things like that. You haven't got the drink culture like you used to have. See, you haven't got the drink culture we used to
I'm a
have.
grudge paying £2.50 for a piece of coffee and what?
Goes to 4 5.
So it's only hot one. Yeah?
Mm.
2, please. £5,000. Cool. Seconds.
I thought it was a brush as
So
well.
did I want to do it,
I didn't know fucking yes,
Thank you.
Oh, he replenishes me, yeah. And how many were on? 2, 3.
No, just the one.
That was on 25 before he went on.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's 24 now. Yeah. 23 now.
It's going to get that way, isn't it? Because of the few little layers. They're big.
Anti-booster.
Okay.
Anti-mate.
Oh, sorry.
Small line, big ones.
Sorry.
Right, sorry. What we like?
So was yours with all the chips and all
It just looks like it's got lots of blacks up. It's funny. I don't know. No, thank you.
6-2.
I like it 55.
6,002. 6,200.
He's old. He's old.
Thanks to always quite like when you get here, you do the time.
Takes a photo of us.
Let's swap that. 5,000. Is that right? Cheers, thank you. Just know what I've got then. Cheers. Yeah.
We lose somebody while I'm shooting and firing.
I'm not saying anybody below. Next to it.
So have we got 25 or 27? 27.
25.
27 at the start. No.
Yeah.
So
We've lost 2.
we're down there doing 25 now.
We're down to 24 we are now. With the lad lost on our
I've never
table.
put that one down, I've not.
There's all in. All in table 1.
All in. Give me a shout because he wants to raise in, doesn't he?
No, I'm saying. All in on table 1.
Man, he's so comfy. Gotta get off his chair. Off his chair.
So this is the channel, audio 1.
Us. Us.
Just some anti ones, 5-1s or something.
Some ones, that's all I've got.
No, we got
Any
no.
other denominations?
Not lost yet. Kings.
You big on this one, sir? Pass. Pull. Pass.
68.
Raise 68. Pass. Pass.
What was it doing?
Trapping?
I should have raised it. Screw this up. I don't know where I'm at. I should have raised it. It was a raising hand. It was stupid. That's why I lost it. What am I doing? I thought, oh,
Sorry, Lim.
don't know what I was thinking. I thought, and it looks like a trap as well. I'm doing that.
It did, that's what I read. To get you to it.
Right, so good. You got me with it like this. I
So I
think
thought,
it was
re-raise it if you have it.
You know exactly where you're at.
Yeah, I thought Gary will re-raise you for the second hand, yeah.
I don't know what happened next.
I seen that yesterday, look. The show stacks up with 10 bigs of that.
And still didn't.
Oh,
I know.
so I thought the stacks guy, that, I'm thinking,
I've even
you're
seen.
not sure, very, very
I've
short.
even seen somebody.
Even on the bottom of a passing, I'm thinking, I'm thinking,
Because
all you're going to do is when you do get a good hand, someone's going to have a better one, aren't they? you It's can't push karma. anybody off a hand with fucking 8 big blinds. No.
Oh,
So you could do it with fucking 7 deuce with 15 big blinds, but you can't do that with 8 big No, I know.
Pass.
You beat me to the you beat me to the line.
Raise 4,000. Pass.
We'll jump Aaron.
4. Pass.
Another rolling.
They seem to be dribbling up rather than getting out.
2 plates.
I think you've got it, haven't you? If you're 20 to 5 big blinds, you've got to shove now, you really. If you want to win it, you know, if you want to go for it.
Yeah, you got to play.
Otherwise, you might be able to scrape for 16.
Alright, and then have
And then all
another
you're
four
going to do is
legs
just,
at the end
yeah,
of
get
the
140 quid and just lose.
7,000.
I've got to change
One
one
last one again.
again.
Another one. Another one's gone. Is that 23? Like you be drinking coffee. He paid, he still comes back second in chips or whatever.
He goes,
Tell you what, between Ted and your
I'm going to take it over that fucking call of that lad.
I'm not over it yet. Honestly, I'm not over it yet.
Very talkative.
Had PS10, what's the bet that Klopp comes PS10 to win?
He was
Puts another bet in my things. You know the Tim Salvert on that Klopp? 70 at all.
yeah, yeah.
Doubting on the front. Dinger's on the turn. He had a bit on the turn, didn't he?
I'll say it in Stockton once
And then I took him.
race for 8 and 9. Watching that profit profit. £1. I checked, somebody bet, somebody can't. I checked race, and got $2. The bloke told me we're free too. Nothing's on the board, and everyone's hard on the end. Checked the race with no, one hard on the clock. He told me race. Everybody just went. Yeah.
You know that 5 feet thing that decided there? But 24 whale or drum and the 32 and you know, young Cobb.
You should be a four clubs there.
He was
Sorry, you should be a four clubs.
This
Alright.
gentleman,
I pulled the 2 clubs as well, like, so it was happy at the first line.
So he puts it back in just to get what the money that was in there. kid we were from Paysan's all any card kids got gas to went one on one. And then he thought he won a bad pizza but came to the answer for the house yes
I think people just go in. Must be people that know them or something.
Raise 4,000.
Proper race, guys. Proper race.
It's really race. Somebody should come
Making a statement.
come along.
Yeah.
Tournament players, you have new blind level, small blind 1,500, big blind 3,000,
Somebody has to come along. Race 10, huh?
1,500, 3,000, we're actually 4.
2 players. Check.
7 minutes left on the clock. Must have took 7 minutes to do the format. So why didn't they do the clock?
Our customers not standards will make you 3 or maybe 4 maybe 5.
Yeah, it's talking about 7 minutes, isn't it?
Then how that deal away had that shit on me. Like
Players all in.
the level was like 30 minutes.
She checked.
Well, actually, the level is a bit same.
Oh, it'd been better if I checked in the Queen Club. I would have had the nuts straight then.
Would you have ace 10?
And then he took the turn the back.
I thought you might have 2 pairs. I thought if you had king jack, you're going to be calling it. I was thinking of that. I did this yesterday where I flat called and the club came down and he put me all in. I was thinking, too much going on here.
And then he kept telling me, I don't want to fall into the see that last one was like dressed like the sun, had a white stuff. Did you see someone had the first time 6 See, oh, this is left right.
She had quad 10s against the
I'm for sure. Annie, blind. Sorry, it's Annie.
I put mine.
Still 3.
My big blind in.
Win.
No, it's only I put my hand on.
She went out on Kings against the others.
Was it 3? Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry, it's 400
2 kings, 2 tens on the board.
Do I owe you another one?
Yeah.
I didn't even realize. I didn't realise.
It's 400 answer.
It's not called, he's got That's alright for your monster stack. What man baby stack? Don't like putting anything in.
Too hard, it can change.
What?
Yeah, good then.
Players all in.
Unless they were all here, I can go.
You think you were beating me with that?
10 I.
Yeah, 10. One's good.
So a warm welcome back to Newcastle, Aspers Casino for day 2 of the APAT UK Amateur Poker Championships. We brought 27 players back for day 2 with a prize pool of £11,100 up for grabs. We're already into the second level of the day and have lost a few players along the way. First to depart was Gladys Jarvis, who was one of the short stacks going into the day with 18,200. She got her ace-queen all in and was called by the ace-10 of Gary Langley. 10 on the flop for Gary, 10 on the turn meant we said goodbye to Gladys. She was on the feature table yesterday, had a pretty good day, lost a couple of hands late on, but had a good run for her money. Not long after Gladys departed, we lost John Camsell. John was a satellite winner on Thursday night on Coral Poker on APAT's weekly satellite and got himself into the event for the princely sum of £10.
I mean, obviously, oh, no.
He got his 23,500 all in, was called by Gary Copeland. John had ace 5 and Gary had ace queen, so John was pretty much dominated there and unfortunately left us in 26th position. That's just 10 places off the money. We're paying top 16 today, so a minimum cash will be £145. It was pretty much it's been the short stacks that's been making the move so far today. Next up was Chris Thorpe. He's 20,000 stack. He got it all in with ace 10 and up against ace 8. He held for the double up. And then Andrew Dodson did exactly the same with his ace 10 against King Jack suited, and he got a double up, so he's now up at around 70,000 chips. Graham Foster then had a go with Queen 6, and he was called by Ian Dawson holding Queen Jack. And on a board of Queen 7, 9, 10, 2, we lost Graham in 25th place. So Tom is currently updating the forum with the live action as we go. He's currently now sat over on table 2 as we're watching another all in and a call. 7-5 against 7-3, and on a flop of 7-3-2, 7-3 is good for a double up, and he breathes again. Extraordinary all in and a call there. 7-5 versus 7-3. The 7-3 is good. you gotta love day 2s early on in an APAT tournament. So don't forget, if you're watching the stream, you can tweet us hashtag APAT Poker, and we'll look to try and get some of your tweets up on the screen later on and answer any questions you may have. Which one are you on? Yeah. So we've got the feature table, which is table 1 at the moment. And I'll just quickly run you through who we've got currently sat there, because we have lost one along the way. We've got cameras set up on a couple of the tables, so hopefully we're going to bring you some of the action as we go. But on our feature table at the moment, in seat 1 is Stephen Fung. He started the day with 42,000 chips. Unfortunately, we've lost seat 2. Seat 3 is Ian Hayton. He started the day with 36,000. In seat 4 is Malcolm Headley. He started the day with 14,000. In seat 5 is Gareth Stamford Idden. He's 67,000. Seat 6 is Gary Copeland with 103,000. Seat 7 is Alan Curtin. You'll have seen him on the feature table last night. Still hasn't learned how to stack his chips, but to be fair, he's got 193,000 at the start of the day, so all good for him. Seat 8 is Kevin Simpson, another big stack with 151,000. And finally, sat in seat 9 is John Nixon with 80,000. So we're going to keep you up to date with what's going on. We're trying to catch the exits as they happen as well, because we've got cameras on a couple of the tables, and we've got the ability to fly around the room pretty quickly, as long as I don't bump into Tom Brady, who's doing exactly the same on the forum, and we'll hopefully try and catch some of the players as well as they exit.
You have an all in on table 1?
So we've got all in a call on our feature table, and it's ace queen up against pocket queens. So
Hey. I was about to see
not getting anything at all. And the queen on the flop there means the queen's hold. And Stephen's going to get a full double up there. Dealer's just doing a quick count up there of Stephen's chips to know exactly how much the double up is.
38 cents. 38 cents.
88.
38 cents. 68.
You've got to show you them. I'm just panicked there.
So there we have Stephen now stacking up chips.
That's why they're supposed to be on show, though, isn't it?
So he's now up over 100,000.
I'll do that just for you then.
It's the same there. It's supposed to be at the front.
But we are at this point in the tournament where you're going to get players doing their best to try and get double ups. Just in case you're wondering, we're just having a problem with one of the handheld mics at the moment. We're just trying to work out what it is. This weekend is all about testing the equipment, see what we can actually do with it. It's been a while since APAT's done some live streaming, so hopefully those of you at home are enjoying what we've got on offer.
I remember who said this on the way.
No, thanks, man.
So we're getting ready for the next hand. Currently, we're at level 14, and it's 1,500, 3,000.
7,000.
No, I thought he was pushing there, so I was watching to see what was. Is that it? Yeah.
What are you sure like that?
I didn't know. I was calling if the guy pushed. I knew that. I had a pair, I'll tell you that much.
And a queen.
I just said I had a pair. Alright.
Not a good channel for it. Not a good
Heron
channel for it.
7 9s.
I'm not going to see what I had.
God, no one
That's
does.
free information, why do that? What's my name there?
No.
It's like 3,000 in just on ant, isn't it? Not for 4,000 in an ant.
Yeah.
Well, Stephen, that didn't it?
On your big blind, mate. Not yet.
3,290, so. 7-7 in the pot.
I won't do that. I'm a nice player, so.
It's always one.
So we've got 24 players left. Average stack is currently 92,500. As I said before, we're playing top 16, so I'd expect things to get a little bit cagey now as we start playing down to the money.
We'll see if you want to push on calling. That's twice. I'm bound to the card dead now.
I had a pair there.
Oh, well, I'll see what he's strong as mine there. I saw that it could get in trouble as well. It could come to queen high. Like what would have happened obviously if they'd seen the flop. Oh yeah, and the thing is, if he puts them all in, I'm straight over the top. So I wasn't going to miss.
Should have done that limp thing. Put some erasers in.
I know, stupid mistake earlier. That cost us it was only a couple of grand, but it was still something. You know, I'd have been better off betting. So I think I went to bed about 3:15 this morning. I was just watching stuff on the telly, you know, including the WPT. If I hadn't had enough of football already. Better now.
There's 7,000.
Real strain, I've got to.
Two people for the 8.5.
You what, man?
Two people for the 8.5 side.
Oh. Interesting. Those that do like to play, though, not very often they get a chance to play in the live tournament, will
No, no, it's not.
they? Must see next player.
Don't even know how you do it. I haven't got a clue.
I started learning and I thought, I've got so much to learn this still, I'm not wasting time on that.
He's still on young, huh?
He's not good.
What?
He's playing now.
There's a tight 4 under the
I
gun.
probably think I've got 4 cards. I want to get aces.
Tight one, yeah.
Well, you see the next
Oh,
well, look, he does that.
Got this image of that.
somebody else been on his account. Fuck that. Yeah. He's a dick though, and these fucking reviews he's been putting on.
Yeah.
What are you on about now? With the
Frick.
Oh, boy. Somebody was telling us yesterday, him and Dan Trent had a heads up top
No, I haven't looked at it.
Oh, right. I thought it was Dan Trent, he said. Oh, right.
About 60.
And then they reckon he smashed him like smashed him.
But then Dan went fine. I had another game. Sweat was $120. But he says it wasn't him, it was mate on his computer and they never take him so he could get Well, I had him 25 pound once, the way they had tournaments, and then I got there.
45
cents. Yeah, I just said, oh, look, there's 25 pound there. If you win, yes. So he didn't cash for it, like something like 180. So on the 90 pound now. And he ended up with torn up the foot. Kicks the hell out of him and he says, I'm taking 20 pounds off on the
I hate playing it. I hate playing my
If I left down,
And then he says,
Queen, king, queen.
it was
Queen.
if I call that all never play.
Yeah. But that's why I decided I have to shoot him.
So you'll never do that again, then?
Thank you. That was one of those.
You're 15 quid. You're not getting back.
I was on there, like, you know.
Sorry, mate. That was one of those.
I was trying to miss it was coming.
No, I had Ace King. He raised. I had Ace King on the button, and I thought to myself, this just doesn't hold up for me. And I was praying that it was going to first time I could hold up Ace King, but he didn't call me.
It can be a horrible answer.
It's done it 6 times. Well, all it is really is Ace high.
Yeah,
That's all
exactly.
it is, isn't it? It's suited, it makes
It is high up on the scale.
it's high on the scale, and every you watch all
You've still got to catch, it's still a drawn hand.
Yeah, you're 50-50 no matter what you're against, aren't you?
Yeah.
9,500 plus.
part. Yeah.
Two players. Okay. 11-3. How much you got? 200? Oh, only got about 60.
First hand, I sat down. I hadn't put me stacked up. I got aces first hand.
What?
Somebody raised 6,000. I was like still stacking the chips. I
Close
just
call.
Oh, wait.
Eh?
What?
I was still stacking the chips.
Yes.
I was like, very funny first hand. You can't go off.
I was hoping to say.
I was stuck in the
Right,
car
so
park there.
the side event is just about kicked off, which is our Pop Limit Omaha event. We've got a couple of tables already going in that. £25 buy. Fancy playing a bit of Pop Limit Omaha this afternoon? Maybe never played it before. Fancy giving it a go? Then come on down to Aspers at Newcastle, and the great team down here in the card room will sort you out. So you're currently watching the feature table,
Well, nearly did.
and you might get a glimpse of Mr. Brady going around taking some photos, which will go up on the APAT Picasso site and on the forum. So as I said, in seat 1 is Stephen Fung, seat 3 is Ian Hayton, seat 4 is Malcolm Headley, seat 5 is Gareth Stamford-Iddard, seat 6 is Gary Copeland, 7 is Alan Curtin, 8 is Kevin Simpson, and in seat 9 is John Nixon. We'll keep you posted on the other two tables we've got going at the moment, but we've only just lost a couple of players so far from the 27 that came back for day 2.
One of the diamond that comes out, and you've got a big diamond, you're not going anywhere anyway. So, but I'm not going to.
The chip leader is currently on table 3. We have got a camera set up on table 3, so you can get an idea of the of what we've got going on there. And I'll run you down who we've got on table 3. So in seat 2 is Ian Dawson. He's started with 70,000. Andrew Dodson in seat 3 with 39,000. Just sitting back down there now is Andrew Hayton in seat 4 with 107,000. Andrew Sim in seat 5 with 183,000. Norman Hall in seat 6 with 55,000. Current chip leader is sat in seat 7. Anthony Ashman with started the day with 215,000. Andy Hall in seat 8, the second best poker player in his house. Although Maggie is actually currently playing the side event, so maybe that's not quite true. But Andy has got 80,000 start there with, and in seat 9 with his back to you is should be a recognisable gentleman from APAT APAT is David Amos with 58,000. He was on the feature table for quite a bit of the day yesterday. Got up to a stack of just over 100k, and then had a few little accidents on the towards the end of the day, but it's got a decent enough stack to play with. It's kind of settled down a little bit here now. We've got 24 players left. Blinds 1,500, 3,000 with a running ante of 400. Top prize today is £3,050, an APAT gold medal, and obviously the being declared APAT UK Poker Champion for Season 9. So we'll step into the feature table here and see if we can pick up a few of the hands that are going on. So the buttons currently sat with Gary Copeland in seat 6. So that's Alan Curtin in the small blind with the yellow jumper, the far end, and Kevin Simpson in the big blind. Which means John Nixon in seat 9 will be first to act. John folds, as does Stephen, as does Ian. Malcolm next to act, he folds as well. Which will be round to Gareth. Which means we're blind on blind. Alan makes up the blinds. And Kevin gives a little yeah, go on, flips the chips in, and we're going to see a flop. And the flops come down, Jack of clubs, 7 of diamonds, 2 of hearts. It's Alan to act first. And he bets out 7,000. Kevin very quickly flicks his cards into the muck, and Alan takes that one down. And we just got to change a dealer on the feature table.
It wasn't the money how much it was.
I can just see our current chip leader, Anthony Ashman, stacking up a few more chips on table 3.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
As Tom's working his way around the room, getting photos to go up on the forum. Tom's ably assisted by Lucy this afternoon, so if you want to keep an update of what's going on, you just go on to apat.com/forum and look for the live update section, where you'll find all of the updates from yesterday with all the photos, all the exits as they happened, and hopefully lots of hand details today as we play down to the final table, and then eventually crown today's champion. So next hand on the feature table, Stephen to act first in seat 1, nearest you, on the right hand side, and Stephen calls. And it folds all the way around to Alan, he calls, and small blinds made up, so we're going to see 4 players to the flop, and we're going to see a flop of 2 of diamonds, 5 of hearts, 2 of spades. It goes check check, as does Stephen, as does Alan, so we're going to see a turn card, which is the jack of spades. And a check from Kevin in the small blind. John bets out 6,000. Stephen very quickly folds with a wry smile. And Alan's coming along for the ride, so Alan calls the 6,000, and Kevin gets out of the way for the small blind, so we're going to be 2 players to the river. And the river is the 8 of hearts. John's reaching for chips again. And bets 12,000 and calls, and Alan flips over Jack 9 for top pair, which is good enough to take you down, and he stacks up some more chips. Meanwhile, over on table 2, we've got an all in a call, pocket 10s against ace king, and ace on the flop, king on the river, means that's a double up for Gary Langley. Gets a double up. Actually, my mistake. No, it's not Gary Langley. It's David Stones. Apologies there. So dealer's just counting up the stack. And how much was the stack there, Lucy? 44,000 on top of what's in the pot.
7,000.
So that's going to put David up somewhere around 100,000, I think.
10,000. 25,000. Threes have been shown.
Nice.
And it's going to leave Scott Turner very much short stacked at table 2.
One step forward, one step back.
One on the change back.
Should take these Northampton chips off.
Oh no, they're not.
So some like 500. Start with 3,000 to come. Cool.
So that was a nice double up for David Stones over on table 2. He's now up, I think, just about over 100,000. And funnily enough, next hand, Scott has moved all in. So we'll stick on table 2 and see how this plays out.
Yeah, 3,400.
It's folding round. Scott was under the gun +1. So he's got it round so far. Small blind. He's actually got less than a big blind, I think. So actually, the blinds have called. He's got Queen 3, and he's up against the pocket 9s of Mark Robinson in seat 1. Queen 3 against pocket 9s. It's Scott's tournament life on the line. Needs to hit a queen.
7,000.
So here we go. And it's flop comes Queen Jack 6. So he's hit his queen. Just needs to avoid a 9 now. Another jack on the turn. Just needs to miss the 9, and he does with a 10 on the river. And Scott gets a double up. What was your shove? How much were you shoving, Scott? What was your stack?
9,000.
So Scott's absolute micro stack there. So he only had about two and a bit thousand. So not even one big blind. So Mark's reshoved from the big blind there to get the small blind out of the way, and then Scott's managed to double up. But it's going to put him up around about five or 6,000 now.
Yeah.
So still a super short stack.
I need your small one as well, please.
Want that shit? Do
So
you want some bluffs?
Whatever.
If I do a change back from the lines.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That hand is still being counted out by the dealer over on table 2. Considering Scott only had a super short stack, so but he's pulling those chips back in, and he's going to live to fight another day.
That's to 9,000.
But he's going to be under the gun this next hand, so we'll see what happens.
Reverse all then.
All in a call on the feature table. So Malcolm's all in from seat.
37.7.
Malcolm's all in from seat 4. It's about 38,000, 39,000. Decisions back round on John, and John's made the call. So it's ace queen against ace 10.
Gonna shout on
It's all in the call, feature table.
So needs to avoid a 10 here. So the flop comes out king 10 5. 10's looking good. Oh, the jack hits the straight. The straight. Somebody called for the straight before the hand's even played out. That's a double up from Malcolm. Get the jack in, he says. Quite right too. That's what you want. Get the jack in on the turn. Job done.
All of a sudden, I can't believe you hit Jack. That's all I'm saying.
Double up for Malcolm then. Back over on table 2, and our short stack Scott is in the big blind.
There's 8,500.
He's got enough to. Well, he's got a few chips back with his blind in. So, but I have a feeling they may be going in here.
Four.
Idiot.
Idiot, yeah.
So let's see what the rest of the table do on table 2. Nicholas has folded. Ryan in seat 5 has called. And it's folded all the way around now to the blinds. So Craig is in the small blind. He makes it up, so it's on the short stack Scott to make a decision. Already committed 3,000 chips. He's going to check and see a flop. Meanwhile, over on the feature table, we've got an all-in and a call. Stephen's all-in with ace-6 of spades. Up against Kevin's ace-king. Stephen's tournament life on the line here, needing some spades or a 6. Well, it's king 5 deuce, but he's got 2 of the spades that he's looking for. 10 of diamonds, no good. Needing a spade. And a 4 of hearts on the river, and we lose Stephen from the feature table. Kevin stacks up those chips. Very unfortunate there. Stephen, talk us through that. Never trust the dealer, says Stephen as he departs.
Nice. That's horrible.
Seat open table 1. Are you on here?
And the day it's a drawing end you've got.
Take a look to the drawing.
You're pleased to see what you got. You're waiting for it as well, aren't you? All the way.
I had an ace as well, so I thought no ace. A7 on it. I'm okay, thank you.
So quick change of dealer on the feature table, and we're down to 23 players now.
Small blind, please.
Keeping an eye on our short stack on table 2. Scott's still there. He's in the small blind this time. It's folded all the way round.
That's 3,000. Oh!
Craig's raised it up from the button in seat 2. Scott's all in. All in.
Fine, I don't mind.
I need to flop my lunch down there, sorry. You couldn't shove me well, you like
All in, table 2. So Scott's got king 5, and he's up against the queen 10 of Craig. Ahead, just needs to avoid a queen 10, and it's a queen out on the flop. Queen jack 9 is the flop. That's the 4. He's pretty much drawing dead actually, because the king would have given Craig the straight. So we lose Scott in 23rd place, I believe. He managed to nurse that short stack for a few hands, but
Nice.
but unfortunately he now departs.
I didn't have any of it. Jules. I'll pick Jules.
And all in the call over on table 3. Pocket sixes against pocket kings. 6 on the flop. King on the turn. All right, so over the far side, pocket eights was shown, but they weren't in the hand, and we lose Norman Hall in 22nd place. Pocket sixes flopped a set, looking good against the kings of David Amos, but a king on the turn for David means he's stacking up chips again. It's all reminiscent of yesterday. And we lose Norman Hall in 22nd position. Interestingly, over the far side, I think it was in seat 3 was Andrew Dodson, I think, who folded pocket eights, and they'd have said, what was it? Andy Hall wasn't catch that.
Big blind at A7. I'd have flopped 2 pair.
And you'd have flopped 2 pair. You weren't going anywhere either. That could have been absolute carnage, I think. So I think a couple of players did very well to get away from that, actually. So Andy Hall lives to fight another day. He'd have flopped 2 pair. Andrew Dodson lives to fight another day. He'd have got a set. David Amos is stacking up a ridiculous. I'm not sure whether you can see that from the camera, because I'm not quite sure where it is. Whether you can see David Amos on the near side of you there. An absolute monster stack. There we go. David gives us a wave. A monster stack of chips in front of him. We'll get something over to try and count out exactly how many that is in a bit. Meanwhile, over on the feature table, we've seen a flop of 2, 10, 8. Malcolm and Kevin in the hand.
15. That's 15,000.
15,000 is the bet from Kevin. And Malcolm is going to let that go, showing King Jack. And Kevin flips over a 10. And he takes down that hand.
Should have been a king on the turn, that would have been better.
I only did that flop last time.
Blinds on Ali's, please.
22. 21. Yeah. So action's quietened down a little bit. We're down to 21 players, we think. 16 get paid. Top prize today is £3,050.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, I didn't really even win. It was 24 last time.
And we've got Change of Dealer now on table 3. Cardroom staff doing a great job today. We're getting regular changes of dealers.
How much you got up there, Bing? 15, 16?
I'm going to try and see if I can sneak a word with David Amos in a minute, just to find out if he knows how many chips he's got. Let's see if I can get around there. David, any idea how much you got there now?
Queen 3.
No, that's very honest.
Put his big line on. His big line. 3.
Lovely, thank you very much. So David's up around 200,000 now.
Gary, is there any cash tables going ahead?
Alright.
Not that I'm asking, but I'm asking somebody else.
3,000.
Actually, another one out would be down to 2 tables.
Sorry, mate, if you can't see the line, it's on your turn. Well, I was to get I thought you'd passed, sorry. 8,500.
So we'll be playing nine-handed all of the day. So we're 21 players remaining. Currently 3 tables of 7.
It is 8,500.
Back on the feature table. It's a raise from Kevin. That gets through.
One more out. Down to 2 tables.
Lines up. Running one.
Oh,
4,500.
Small blind, 2,000. Big blind,
is that how?
So level up again. So it's now 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 running ante.
Close time. Sorry, mate. Close time.
I think there'll be a few like that now.
2 hours to go.
Just before paying.
2 hours of juggling you wanted.
From all this time.
Right now, the right time, though. I mean, table again.
They were already in there, weren't they? My blind brains.
Well, the first one, well, first stuff went down lovely.
What's the ante? 400?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fine.
Crazy game there. Yeah, I'm on neck. That's
11 and a half.
It's all in.
There is all in?
So it's been a raise on the feature table from John, who's on the right hand to the right of the dealer in seat 9 for you there. Malcolm from the small blind has gone all in, so action back round on John to make a decision. John had raised it up 12,000 and Malcolm's all in for, let's see, about 50, maybe 55,000 there.
I think he's just bullying you.
Shows the ace of spades.
And shows the ace of spades. John gets out of the way and Malcolm scoops up those chips. So hopefully we'll just be able to pop up the graphic in a minute and you can get an idea of who's left at the tables, with 3 tables to go.
Oh, good idea.
7 on each table. The chip counts are fairly accurate. The guys are moving around as quickly as they can to update them. Obviously, chip stacks are going to move hand by hand, but you should get an idea of who the big stacks are at the table now.
6,100.
So you'll see those. I'm getting a thumbs up from Des in the production area, so that's a good sign. That means the graphic should be up.
They're going to take them up later. Just for now, we use the purple.
So players will be on a break at this level, and then we'll also be colouring up a few of the chips. So you'll see the stacks change a little bit. I think we'll get rid of a few of David Amos's smaller denomination tips there. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to reach over to his cards the way it's looking. So don't forget, you can tweet us, hashtag #APATPoker, and we'll try and get some of those up on the screen. And any questions you may have, feel free to ask, or any comments you've got about the stream. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know. You can follow all the updates and hand analysis on the APAT forum, apat.com/forum. Go and have a look for the live updates section, where you'll find everything you need. We've had a couple of players in day 2 that made their way here through satellites. APAT ran satellites every Thursday night on Coral Poker, where you can get into the national championship event, £75 buy-in event, for as low as £10. David Amos, who's currently there in seat 9 on table 3, he satellited in a couple of weeks ago, and then used his token for today's event. And one of the players we also lost earlier on today actually satellited in just the Thursday just gone, and we managed to get him in for the event as well. So it's all good. Satellites every Thursday night. I think it's 7:30 on Coral. Dave, I can ask David because he only played the one the other week. He's shrugging his shoulders at me now, not quite sure. 7:30. Yeah, you agree. If in doubt, agree with me. Yeah, it's the best way to be. So 7:30.
Deuce of diamonds has been exposed. Deuce of diamonds has been exposed. Play all in.
Last you been so
A6. Andy's please. Andy, please.
That's right.
Were you on?
119.
4,000.
Just call it any like that. Unbelievable.
Oh, option. No, actually, no. 5.
You've got all
Raise.
there now.
14,000.
You have 90 just there. You put it there. Just these.
Yeah.
Another 20 there.
Heads up. Queen, king, 10. Check. 17,000. Pass.
Top 2.
Well, no.
You've probably got about 220 there.
I'm getting close. It'll stop all the fun. We come and make them all.
Start the 190.
Tell him I laid away when 120 and 45.
So that was a double up for Andy Hall on table 3. Pocket Kings against Jack 10 of diamonds. Jack out on the flop and lots of straight opportunities for one of our chip leaders there, Anthony. But Andy got there through gritted teeth with his kings. They were good, and a nice double up for him at a good point in the tournament.
Yeah.
There's no one stack the same, is
They're all up and down. It's more like a motocross track.
The first class hasn't kicked in yet, man. He made pyramids and mills.
Raise all in.
He's doing a bottom end right now.
Not much choice, isn't it? Pass.
Pass.
I had one here, Smith.
That was in big. Oh, yeah, you got me push there.
Queen of
That
hearts.
was the kicker.
Yes.
Queen 9.
Shows the queen of hearts.
At Queen 9, I've been big blind and I've been super tempted. Super tempted. But,
No, he's not here. He's not here. He's not here, so he's not there.
I just went in. So I've been like this, uninsured.
There's 46.
Nearly 40, I think.
Nearly what, 200?
Nearly 40.
Nearly 30.
Just put 25 there. I'll be on 30.
We're about 40 then, man.
You can have it, mate.
No walk again.
No, go on, yeah.
Again. How come they don't do it online? No, he's going to I'll probably lose population anyway. I always do.
We'll never know if you had it.
No, exactly. I don't.
And it was like
Before I was taught like King Jack and stuff. No, no, you really need it.
Daisy Dukes bikinis on top.
Oh gosh, yeah. 7 points. Yeah. I always need to.
Raise all in.
I couldn't bet just for you to raise a game that
So 21 players left. Got a small rail here. Stood next to Norman Hall, who's just exited shortly. You had a good tournament though, Norman?
I did. I've enjoyed it. Very good.
Bit unfortunate there. You were waiting and waiting and waiting for a hand, and then
Favorite sixes came along.
yeah. But it was kings, and there was eights, and there was a guy that had folded. He would have flopped 2 pair, and
You would hit triple eights. I hit triple sixes and the triple kings.
and the kings came on the turn. Yeah. Not a lot you can do about that, Norman. Then really, is it really? How many of your guys are still in? Because yeah, so you still got 4 in from the Newcastle poker group. That's superb. Yeah, absolutely, from the Hatton guys. So I saw a bunch of them up yesterday. A couple exited fairly early, but are most of them still around? They playing the side events, or have they headed back home?
They're back home. We've got a few coming this afternoon.
Fantastic. Well, they can obviously follow what's going on the stream. Are you going to play any of the side events now, or
I don't think so.
no?
Skin.
It's not an over. Well, you can satellite into to most of the main events at APAT online on a Thursday night if you fancy giving it a go. Norman's going to be here railing a few of his guys that's in. To be honest, he'll have 4 left in out of 21 players left. I fancy a couple of them might make the final table, I reckon. Which means Hatton Social guys are going to be able to follow them.
Yesterday I couldn't miss. You have those days where you just like an ace comes out and you've got the last ace and like I'm winning no matter what.
So Kevin's just got back to the feature table just in time for the next hand.
Smash it fully,
and make sure you gotta be patient. Just go.
And it's Gareth in the small blind and Gary in the big blind. Alan's folded, as is Kevin. Action's on John over the far side. He folds as well, so we're round to the near side here. Ian folds, Malcolm on the button. He folds as well, so we're blind on blind. And Gareth's going to let it go, and Gary gets a walk. Not sure whether he even has a look at them, but he's got a walk.
Before got here.
Before you even looked at the cards? Yeah.
No, before I got them. No, I did. I figured I was probably ahead of your range.
I had queen 6.
I was ahead of your range. And actually had to dominate, I had a queen.
Did you?
You got to go with queen. Queen 10.
Queen 10.
Blinded on this, please.
Best fold of the tournament.
So next hand, Gary in small blind, this time Alan in the big, so action's going to be on Kevin over the far side in the white top. Has a look down and quickly flicks the cards out the way, as does John. So action comes round to Ian in seat 3. He folds, as is Malcolm, and we're round again to the blinds. This time Gary's going to make it the blinds, and Alan checks, so we're going to see a flop.
See if I can outplay you.
After all weekend, mate.
Heads up.
And the flop comes down ace 9 3 rainbow. Check check from both. Turn cards the deuce of hearts. Gary reaches for some chips this time and bets 5,000. A little bit of a dwell, but Alan pretty quickly makes the call. And it's a 10 of diamonds on the river. And Alan shows 8 deuce for the pair of twos. Big blind special, and sit down. That's a 15k pot with 8 deuce. It's the way to do it. Got to be in it to win it. Gets a bit of a giggle from the table.
You know, I'm thinking, well, I might be able to get something out of them.
So over on table 3, I can just see Andrew Sim stacking up some chips. Hang on, I'm just getting my whose chips today, Andy Hall? Andy Hall's chips, okay. Quickly, how did the hand go for the next one?
Basically, flatted with queens against a raise with threes and threes with
Again, big push there, I was calling, you know.
There we go. You win some, you lose some. Andy's still got some chips though, so still very much in the game.
Two of them. Two of them.
Nines.
Just need two of them. Would you shoot them? Would you shoot? Would you shoot them? You said two of them. Sure.
Maybe.
I didn't have two any. You probably needed two. If I'd had two of the paid, I would have been in there.
So don't forget, you can follow the stream. We're on YouTube. It's on the APAT website as well. On the homepage, you'll find it there, or you can also find the links on a number of the Facebook groups. And feel free to share it around. Let anyone you know that you're following here, let them know that they can watch the feed. We're doing our best to keep you updated with everything that's going on. Over on table 2, we've got an all-in. As Mr. Brady grabs a pad of paper and gets over lightning quick. And I've wasted his time because after a dwell up, there's a follow. He gives me a look of disgust, a look of disgust. Oh, and a call. Oh, right, he wanted the and a call bit as well. Seriously, doesn't want much, does he? Doesn't want much.
No, sometimes a shovel rather than you can't be doing so much, but you can shovel them. It's different.
Gets it through.
So Ian gets that one through. Ian's got a stack of about 40,000 there now. So Gareth just gives that sign of, yeah, I may be shoving here, yeah, and a little nod.
Oh yeah.
See what the cards are first. We'll see what the cards are. How much you got there, Gareth? Now? How much? About 40. So Gareth's there in seat 5. He's going to be under the gun +1 this hand. We'll see what he does with his 45,000 chips. The intentions were he was going to shove, but we'll wait and see. First to act is going to be Malcolm though. Once he has a look at those cards. He's folded, and obviously they weren't good enough for Gareth. He's folded as well. And we head all the way round to Kevin on the button. He folds, so it's blind on blind. John doesn't like the look of 9-3, and we have another walk. Wow, what a feature table. Ian's not even realised, he's busy chatting. And he's got, and he flips over ace-king. Gets a walk with ace-king. Disgusted, absolutely disgusted. That's the way it goes. Ace-king suited.
No, but that's the only move, but I've only got 93. But that's 3 walks in the row you've had.
He was playing it cool as, chatting to Malcolm to his left. The rest of the table knew what was going on. They all got out of the way. It's all good though. Scoops up the blinds.
No, just on that. He's done that 3 times, so he's earned 3 walks and a couple of pushes.
That's 20,000.
Yeah. You don't happen on mine, does it? A couple of pushes with 2 ways.
So Ian in the small blind this time, Malcolm in the big, which means it's actions on Gareth under the gun. And he's made the move this time. Gareth's all in, under the gun. About 40,000 I think it was, when I just asked him. He's got it through so far. Round to John on the button. He's folded. So it's just the blinds to get through. Ian up first in the small blind, and he's folded. So just Malcolm. Malcolm in the big blind. Malcolm doesn't like his 8-2 offsuit, and Gareth gets to and shows a pair of kings. All in a call over on table 2. It's pocket 3s against ace queen.
You want that in the big blind after somebody's.
I want that one.
3 on the river. Means Ryan's doubling up through Mark Robinson. How much was your Ryan? How much was your stack there before you started that? Oh, Nick. Right. Okay. Well, Nick, how much was your stack before you started there?
Sorry?
How much was your stack before you started?
Excellent.
So double up there. Very good.
For your fuel money.
No, I was a chef wine.
4,000. Couldn't tell you.
I don't Shrek, yeah.
Probably the worst professional player I can play on Newcastle. Shrek.
Oh. Somebody was telling me that it's clear to play on bandits all the time or something, and yes, to play on bandits all the time. And I was on and live on that because he knows the sequences and all that, and he can write down them all.
No old that
Somebody's on about like all the Bunsey players in some tournaments, you know, and then someone says, oh, he makes a bit of money.
He's always bragging, he always makes the money for the bad, he always cashes.
No, his game would be better suited to playing 7 goals on stars where only on there briefly with players have no chance of knowing it, and the way he plays, he'd be more likely to take them down.
Did he hear his latest podcast last week?
No.
Steve Gooden said his mom was coming. He said, "Mom,
you can just hear out of the mouth.
oh,
Yes, you're decent. Mom, I'm big chicken nugget. All the way from McDonald's.
Oh,
If he puts enough on there, he start getting paid for it.
oh, sorry, I didn't know.
I don't know what he's thinking about it. I don't mind. You can show me whatever. I don't know yet. We haven't really.
Just sitting there.
you're all in."
Oh, I
Yes, that is.
I need your stack, please. Oh, I don't know. I thought he was waiting.
That's it. Nobody knew.
No, I didn't know either.
He said it is.
No, I didn't know. Sorry, guys. I had the same suit.
Sorry,
No, I didn't.
Well, there's only those 2 minutes. Yeah. Nobody else knew.
Nobody else knew.
I'm sorry.
Make it up. I thought you realised what you said.
That's why I thought, oh, I'll go to the
Because you said you think you got to get the game playing for
No.
You said Ali, you said be nice.
Oh, that's what I meant. Be nice before. I thought you were before you left it. Yeah, they swing for like 10, 17. Well, they did it to 8, 9 jackets. That'd be brutal for everyone. Right.
12. Race? 12,000? 7 years. 12,000.
I was hoping to score it in. I would like to see the flop as well. I'm not gonna pay for it.
Normally on my young place.
So Ryan Kilby's all in on table 2. Decisions on Christopher Thorpe.
19 minutes. I'm down being spared now, mate.
Ryan's got about 45,000, I think it was, roughly.
It's been on 21, to be honest.
No, I'm saying payment.
But, oh, I definitely last year, man.
Christopher's still dwelling over there whilst you're watching the feature table.
Yeah, 18 minutes, yeah.
We've got about 18 minutes left of the break. And it folds around on the feature table, blind on blind. Gary and Alan.
Again, are you? Hit your 2 again.
We're going to see a flop. I think it's going to be quite a friendly flop.
Oh, thanks. I'm dominated already.
And the flop comes down 10, ace, 5. Check, check.
Oh, there is.
I was going to wait for that.
2 of diamonds. Normally good for Alan. 4,000 bet from Gary, and Alan makes the call, so we're going to see a river. And it's another do, so I think that they think that's sewn that up for Alan, but we'll wait and see.
But he's got co-ops.
Check from Gary and a check, and it's 10-8 this time.
Doing it again.
Pair of 10s is good enough for Alan, and he takes it down. Another small pot. And Ryan got his all in through over on table 2, so he's still with us.
You're my nemesis. You're my nemesis.
So it's really slowed down now. 21 players remaining of the 149 that turned up yesterday to start the day. Really great turnout considering a number of other events on this weekend. It's a pretty miserable weekend, but absolutely superb effort from everybody. Well supported by the local players here in Newcastle, and quite a few APAT regular players that have made the trip. Always a good weekend in Newcastle. And 21 left, seeing who is going to be crowned APAT UK Amateur Poker Champion for Season 9. It's actually quite scary to think we're at Season 9. It's APAT ran its first event back in 2006. So next year will be 10 years of APAT. We're thinking of getting Des a carriage clock or something to celebrate. But feel free to tweet in any suggestions if you can think of anything better. But no mention of a drink at the bar or anything like that. Oh, he's pointing at a watch. He needs a new watch. Okay, fine. Don't forget you can tweet us #APAT Poker, and we'll get your tweets up on the screen. if anything's worth mentioning. So make them humorous. Or if you've got any questions you want to ask. Events-wise this season, next event for APAT will be in Luton in January, which is the annual UK Team Championship. It's invite-only event, which will have 200 runners, I think. Might even be a few more than that at Luton. Luton's a great card, and they've had it refurbed recently. 240, I think, is the number of runners now. Teams of 8. It's completely sold out already in advance. For those of you that haven't got a team, I think you've got a deadline of around the 6th of December to get your team entry paid for on Coral. You can go and have a look on the forum, and Tom's posted up all the details there to let you know. You need to pay your 440 entry for the entire team by early December. And then you've still got a chance, I think, to then chop and change a few players if you need to, because you know what poker players are like. A bit lastminute.com with these things. So I'm assuming we're probably going to see Andy Hall at the team event. No, not being selected this year, Andy.
Nobody loves me anymore.
Oh, I presume Maggie's playing though.
No, I won't let go.
Oh right.
I can't tell her yet. But...
No. Leave it a bit nearer. Yeah, nearer the time. Yeah. LPPL normally have a couple of teams in though. Normally do very well. I think a couple of teams this year. Yeah, Andy sent 2 teams this year, so that's good. Oh, and they've qualified online, so they've got in early. Very impressive. I know APAT have got two teams in this year. John Murray is captain of one of the teams, and Carl Pilgrim is captain of the others. Now I'm trying to remember what the team is. I think one is something Chocolate Lovers. Is one of them. Yeah, I don't quite know where they come up with these team names for the event, but they announced their team. Both of them announced their team a couple of weeks ago, so you can go on the forum and have a look at that, and you'll see all those that get into play for them. But you've got the usual regular teams that are going to be turning up. Blonde Poker have got a team in, and Joe Beaver's Poker Forum got a team in. Say LPPL have got a couple of teams in. I think the Sky Hit Squad will be turning up again this year. Newcastle Poker Forum, or one of them may or may not be there. We will see. I think the Hetton Social guys will be in the event. Always a good fun event. It runs across 2 days. It's an MTT tournament, same structure as a normal APAT national event, and half the prize money goes to the individuals, and half the prize money goes to the teams. Always a great weekend, and Luton is a superb card room. I think they've just done a bit of a refurb at the casino recently as well, so looking forward to seeing that. And we're always well looked after in Luton. And of course, after the team event, everyone's going to be then focusing on the WCOAP, which is the World Championship of Amateur Poker, APAT's flagship event. Details are still to be confirmed, but I can tell you it normally runs across a full week, and I think last year had about 20 events all in, and ranges from the main event, which is a £100 buy-in, with 2-day ones, but then they play all sorts of stuff inside events, from Omaha to Crazy Pineapple, Raz. I think there was an open face Chinese tournament last year as well. Tom normally comes up with some variant that no one's ever heard of before and throws it in the mix for the side events. I normally have to ask, how do you play that? I was looking back on the APAT YouTube channel only last week, and looking back at some of the videos back from the early season 2 and around 2008, and I think we were the first tour to run a Raz tournament. I think it was at the Vic during the World Championships. You've got to feel sorry for the poor operators that day who actually didn't have a clue what a Raz tournament was. I'm not sure necessarily many of the players actually knew much more about it, but it was great fun. Always looking to be innovative and bringing something new to the players at a sensible buy-in for recreational and amateur players. If you've not registered up with APAT, it's very easy to do. You can just go on the forum, register an account, and then you're a member.
No, I think 15 minutes to break, is it? 15 minutes to break.
Really slowed down here now. I'm stood right in the middle of the 3 tables, so I can keep an eye on everything going on. We've got cameras on the feature table that you're currently watching, which is table 1. We've also got a camera over on table 3, where we've got two of the monster stacks at the moment. David Amos and Anthony still there with a big stack. And you can see David raking in a few more chips there as Lucy takes a photo of Dad for the forum. So. And the one we haven't got there is table 2. But what you can do is we can pop up a graphic on the screen, which will give you an idea of who's sat at table 2. It'll rotate between the few tables 1, 2, and 3. Whilst we're doing that on the feature table, we have an all-in from the button. And it's Ian's all-in. And both Malcolm and Gareth get out of the way. And Ian takes down the blinds and the antes. Whilst we're playing 7-handed, I mean, blinds and antes are worth 9,500 chips in total. So it's quite nice if you can get those through your position. Just want to time it right so you don't run into a monster hand. Not really the time of the day to be playing passive poker with a short stack. The blinds do start going up a little bit, and obviously a lot of the big stacks are looking to move up the gears with their eyes firmly focused on a final table now. 21 players left. We're playing top 16 today. So we are around that time where players start thinking about getting a little min cash to cover the weekend's expenses. On the feature table, John's going to raise up to 12,000. Fold from Ian and a fold from Malcolm. So Gareth shakes his head in the small blind, not fancying that. And Gary's out the way as well. So John takes that one down.
Can't even call an all-in.
I think we've seen it
all in and a call over on table 2. It's Ryan with his tournament life at stake with pocket 8s, and Mark in seat 1 has got ace king. We're going to see a flop, and it's jack 5-5. 8's looking good at the moment. 2 on the turn, and 10 on the river. And it's a double up for Ryan. I'll see if I can just try and get a rough idea what the count is if the dealer counts it up. Double up. I've got the guys. You'll see the guys on the feature table looking around, trying to find out what's going on. We're getting to that point of the day. 21 left. There's a number of people rooting for the short stacks to get knocked out. Yeah. Well, yeah. As Gareth says, yeah, I'm one of those. Yeah. I'll just head over to table 2 and get an idea of what the count was.
I was going to say, I'm not listening to you, mate. I was just going to go like.
Where's all
Have it this time.
so that's gambler.
Oh, I hate when they say that's gambling.
Ace 6.
Oh, you know.
Good luck, Bob. All in the call, feature table.
52-4 is the double up for Ryan, so he's up over 100,000, and we've got an all in the caller on the feature table.
32.
Gareth's made the shove with pocket 8s, and Alan's made the call in the big blind with ace 6 of hearts. So we're going to see a flop. It's 9 jack 8, 1 heart, looking good for the 8s at the moment. 7 gives up and down straight options as well, looking to avoid. And he does, and the 8s are good. Gareth gets his double up through Alan. Double up on table 2, double up on the feature table. Everyone's still in. 21 remaining.
I would have cried. And he was saying there's another 7, and I was like, yeah, put another 7 down, I don't mind. Yeah, I hate them. Especially when a heart, and then he said, oh, there's another heart coming. I was like,
if it had been 7 hearts, it would have been a halfway press.
what a crap.
What was the count?
32,
32. So put you about plus the bits about 70 then, yeah? About 70 now. Gareth lives to fight another day, up to 70k.
That was a good card, really. Stand-up card, really.
It could have a raise, jack 3, king 3, and
And on we go. The Omaha side event has currently got 17 runners in it, playing on 3 tables. We're still 21 left. We're 5 minutes from
I like
break.
when they say I'm just going to have a gamble. You're like,
When the players take a break, because we're live with the feed, so there's no delay at all, unlike on some of the other streams you might have come across. So pretty much we'll take a break when the players take a break. So it'll be a 15-minute. Give us a chance to just go around and get an absolutely spot-on chip count. The guys are doing an absolute sterling job over in the update area. They're updating the APAT forum as we go, Lucy and Tom, and they're also updating the chip counts for when we pop the graphic up as well, to give you an idea of what's going on around the room, which is incredible work. And during the break, we'll try and get an update as to what's going on. So as you can see, we're just rotating. My able assistant has just popped up the graphics for you there, and you can see we're still 7-handed on 3 tables. David Amos is looking at the chip leader. Kevin Simpson's still sitting on a decent stack, as is Andrew Sim. Plenty of players over 100,000, but as you can see with the double ups now, it doesn't take much to be one of the short stacks to turn you into an average stack.
I should have raised mine. King Queen.
Oh yeah, big wasn't it?
You know, but then you commit yourself, don't you? Then when you
You're really going to get caught by any
exactly.
So Kevin takes that one down. So during the next break, we'll be colouring up some of the smaller denomination chips. David Amos' stat will be depleted significantly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still saying the breaks next.
500. Thank you.
Over, Billy.
366 next.
So next hand on the feature table, Alan's on the buttons, so we've got Kevin and John in the blinds, which means I see an under the gun shove coming, and it's Ian from seat 3, near side to you, in the black jacket. He's all in. And Gareth is all in. Meanwhile, on table 2, we've got an all-in as well, so I'll have a look at that in a second. We're going to see this one first on the feature table. So we've got all-in call on table 2, and we've got an all-in on the feature table. All-in call, so it's ace-king versus pocket tens on the feature table. And the flop comes down 9-3 jack. Ace on the turn. 9 on the river. Gareth's having a look to see. Dealer's going to do a count for us. Dealer's just doing a count up to see where we're at. I think pretty much Gareth has got the larger stack. Yeah. On table 2, it was Mark Robinson, seat 1, that got the double up with the aces. I didn't see what the other hand was, but double up for Mark anyway on table 2. 47,000 is the count.
47,300.
So that Gareth goes to double up and then back down again, unfortunately.
How long is the break on the side? 15 minutes. What? How are you?
So Gareth's back down to about 18,000 now, I think, roughly. He's giving me a little nod as he's hearing me saying that. Obviously, he's not happy to be nodding that, but unfortunately, that's the way it goes. You've got to win your flips this point in the tournament. You got to double up with a 1, and then unfortunately, tens couldn't hold against the ace king. It's a fairly standard hand at this time in the tournament with 2 shorter stacks. We are 30 seconds away from the break. David RTD is ready with a mic to tell the players they'll be on break. As I said, we'll be doing the same.
It'd be nice to get double up to 10,000.
But we are still 21 players. We've been 3 tables of 7 now for quite a while. Seen a number of double ups and short stacks.
Yeah. You just want the looks, or?
Any players which finish the hand round, we'll have you a short break.
We're on a break, guys.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Short break.
Could have been very interesting, yeah.
So there you go, 15-minute break. Feature table's breaking up already. Table 2 are just dealing 1 more hand that they've got in. Table 3 is in the middle of a hand. That's just come to an end though.
Not doing a race or anything,
With Andrew Dodson picking up that little stack there. So just watching table 2 quickly play out. Check there's no more action on that. There's an all-in, and it's Christopher Thorpe who's all in under the gun. It's folded all the way around to the big blind. Which is David Stones. We're going to see what he's going to do. He's having a think about it. It's all in pre. It's a stack of about 25, it's about 30,000 I want to say. There we go, 31-3, not bad. Still got it, still got it. Here we go, Samia with Andy Hall, who's broken from his table. We're watching table 2. What do we think? Is he going to make the call or not, Andy?
He's an LPPL player, so if he makes a call, it'll be the right one.
That is support for you, isn't it? Any folds. And with that, the players are on a break. Andy will get a break. What an insight. Fantastic. Right, we're going to take a break. Say, be about 15 minutes. We'll see you back then.
How much is 60?
Yeah, 145.
Change this.
Like having another lap.
Nanny, please. Nanny's, please. You guys in the corner. Shouldn't be allowed phones at the ticket. 8.
Sorry?
1,000 in the gift. You put 1,003.
Have I?
See the 5 and 7.
Thank you.
Andy, please. Reach.
Ah, so I thought it was shooting around.
Where's now?
30,000.
30,000? 30,000.
Right then, so things have settled down a little bit since So back on the feature table, we've got an all in and a call. So it's Chris with pocket tens. Up against the King Jack of Ian. King Jack at risk, so let's see what goes on here. Ace Queen 3 is the flop. 9 on the turn. And a 5 on the river, and we'll lose Ian in 16th place. So we're down to 15 players. And after Chris's double up, it's another few chips for him. Yeah.
There's no chance of me, Carlin, with pocket tens. I'm committed, whoever. I'm committed. If somebody shoves, I'm all in anyway.
So that puts Chris up over, heading up to 200,000 now.
Sorry, I must have got 2, 4, 6, 8.
So 15 players left, 7 on the feature table. Just to give you an update for those of you just joining us. Seat 1 is David Stones, Seat 2 Ryan Kilby, Seat 4 Malcolm Headley, Seat 5 Chris Thorpe, Seat 7 Alan Curtin, in 8 is Kevin Simpson, and in Seat 9 is Gary Langley. Everybody in the money, £145 guaranteed. All of them with their eyes on the top prize of just over £3,000. And a nice shiny APAT gold medal and the title of UK Amateur Poker Champion for Season 9 APAT. You can read all about previous winners and all the previous events at apat.com. And if you want to follow the updates on the forum, Lucy and Tom are hard to keep that all updated with details and photos and exits. You can go on to apat.com/forum and have a look at the live update section, and you'll see all the latest information there with a link through to the Picasso account where all the photos from the weekend get posted up. So we're going to see a flop on the feature table. 9, 10. Chris and Alan are the 2 players involved in the hand. Chris is the gentleman there in the cap. Alan the far end, the table in the yellow jumper.
No, I haven't done anything yet.
Deal is just confirming whether Chris has decided what to do yet, and he's still thinking about it. It's a rainbow flop. And he's reaching for some chips. And he declares 40,000. So 40,000 is the bet. Alan mucks very quickly. And Chris takes that one down. And Chris continues to gather chips. So we're 5 minutes away from the next break, when we'll be chipping up the 100 chips. Joined back on the rail by Ian Thompson. How are you doing, Ian?
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah. So what are you here to play today?
Well, I fired 2 bullets in the Omaha just for a laugh. And,
that didn't go well, no?
Very well. It's not about the money, is it? And I'm going to stay around for the Irish or Crazy Pineapple.
Crazy Pineapple. Yeah. Someone did try and explain to me how that's played. I glazed over after a few seconds.
I made the final table of the Worlds, but
Excellent.
I didn't have a clue how to do it.
All right, so easy game then, yeah?
Oh, yeah, it's very easy.
Absolutely.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good, thank you. Very good, yeah. Hopefully entertaining those at home, or not, as the case may be.
Got many viewers?
We're picking up a few. It's a trial weekend, so for anyone who is listening at home, we're trying some new technology for APAT anyway, and seeing how we get on. With hopefully the plan to look to do some more in the future if it all works out well. So we're always interested in people's feedback. You can tweet us with the hashtag APAT Poker if you want to get in touch with us, or post up on the forum and let us know what you think. Always a good way to do it. Oh, it's very nice of you. Thanks very much. I'm worrying that the sound might have been earlier on, so I'm not sure anyone will get that joke. But anyway, so obviously you've gone deep in a number of APAT events. So so these guys in the money. So it's quite a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Well, the play's improved now. That's why I don't get to the later stages in these tournaments.
I was saying that the other day to someone. I was reminiscing back in the day when we were all when APAT. I mean, APAT's coming out. It's going to be 10 years. Started in 2006. So we're coming around for 10 years, and it's kind of we all kind of grew up learning the game together. It was and it still is a very good platform for people to come in and experience a deep stack tournament at a sensible buy-in.
Well, they've been known to go on to bigger and better things, haven't they?
Absolutely. I mean,
Niall Farrell and
EPT winner. Yeah, exactly. So it's yeah. I recall Liv Barry. Yes, she played an APAT event. She's done all right. We've had World Series, final tablists and all sorts that have played APAT events. It's
Ben Burnell last week.
Yes, very good indeed. So so these players getting down to the time where obviously they're all in the money now, but sights firmly set on a final table, and the big bucks up front, and obviously the shiny medals. That's what everyone plays for, isn't it, Ian? Really?
I think so. We all have our APAT medals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's bragging rights, if nothing else, isn't it?
Redfern, Pilgrim, and Yates normally give it some, don't they?
Absolutely. Hopefully, we'll see most of those guys up at the in Luton for the team event in January. You're playing, yeah?
Playing for Fish and Chips, yeah.
You're playing for one of the 8. That team that I couldn't think of. I remembered Chocolate Lovers, but I couldn't remember the other, which is Fish and Chips. Oh, fantastic! So you'll be in Luton. It's a great event, isn't it? Yeah. That's obviously already sold out with 240 runners. So 30 teams of 8 will be competing that. So it's teams are buying in. You've got to be bought in. I think the first week in December for your team. I'd imagine he'd be quite organised, to be honest, knowing Carl. I would imagine. Yeah. He's probably arranged a team coach for you all and everything to get you there. So yeah, excellent.
Emma's the team coach.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough. Right. So we've got 1 minute to go at this level, and players are going to be on a 15-minute break. So they are going to race off, I think, the hundreds, and I'm sure I just heard the 500s as well. I think that's right, because then we'll be moving to 5,000, 10,000 with a running ante of 1,000. Starts to get quite expensive to play. So Tom's just confirming to all the players what the plans are for the break. He's nodding at me. He won't come on the mic and talk to me, but he's nodding at me. So yeah. So how it'll work is players are going to go on a 15-minute break, and we will go on a 15-minute break too on the stream. So we'll keep the stream going, and you'll see the room, but we'll just go quiet for 15 minutes so we can have a break as well. And then we'll come back with 15 players and be looking to play down to a final table. Players breaking up. Here we go. So we'll see you back in 15. But just before we go to a break, we've got an all-in call on table 3, and it's Andrew with the ace king against Andy Hall's pocket jacks. It's Andrew's tournament life at stake. So we're going to see the flop. And it's deuce, queen. Andrew needs an ace or a king. It's an 8 on the turn. That's no help. But there's a spade flush draw out there now. 7 of clubs on the river. And we're going to lose Andrew in 15th place. And now we will. Just doing chip count next. We thought Andy was comfortably covered, but actually it might not be. It might just be the other way. So the dealer's just going to count it up and let us know, and then this table will go on a break. We'll let the dealer do the count up, and we'll let you know after the break what's going on, as we're already the counter's already counting down in the break. So we'll let you know exactly what the result was, but all we know for definite, Andy Hall's either knocked Andrew out or doubled up, one or the other. But it looks fairly close anyway. We'll see you after the break. lose Andrew Sim, who lost the hand against Andy Hall before the break. So Andy got the full double up. So Andrew was short stacked and he's just busted in 15th place. So we're down to 14 runners now, 2 tables of 7.
How much that like? I wouldn't, you know, look send them. I think you're right. There's always a line. Sorry.
Just don't have any paintings. Yeah, no problem. Right, neighbour. You do that. Why? That one do want me paint. I'll do it too. I'll have to do it too. Let me paint on the table. He left.
Can't leave you paint, man.
No. Somebody would go and get it. Everybody would drink. You do that. No.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right then, so welcome back to Aspers Casino in Newcastle. You'll have just heard me say that we just lost a player, just lost Andrew Sim. First hand to the break on table 3. You're currently watching the feature table, which is table 1, where our chip leader currently sits, which is Kevin Simpson, 8. You can just see the top of his head up in the top right hand corner on the APAT banner. So Kevin's currently got 350,000. Closely followed by a couple of players over on the other table, Craig Hinson with 245,000 and David Amos with 245,000. You can see the graphic up on the screen now, so you can follow those chip counts. Then we've got Chris Thorpe with 193,000, Alan Curtin 183,000, Mark Robinson 160,000, Ryan Kilby 158,000, Anthony Ashman 132,000. And then heading down to the smaller stacks, Andy Hall got the double up before the break. He's on 81,000. Andrew Dodson 72,000. Malcolm Headley 77,000, and David Stones with 63,000. Short stack on the feature table you're watching is Gary Langley in seat 9 to the right of the dealer there, who's got 57,000. So we're currently playing level 18. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000 with a running ante of 1,000. Everybody's in the money now, and I think we're possibly just one away from a pay jump as well, little pay jump. But they're all playing for the £3,000 first prize, APAT gold medal, and the title of APAT UK Amateur Poker Champion Season 9 for 2015. So on the feature table, David is all in from the hijack, and the actions round to Chris in the big blind. And David's shove there is going to be it's about, I think he went through the blind, so it's going to be about 55,000. Chris has already committed 10,000, was started with about 190. So we're going to be about a quarter of his stack to make the call. He stacked the chips up there. You can just see them in front of him. As Ryan takes his seat in seat 2. There we go. So you can now see decisions on Chris with the baseball cap. Gives it a quick reposition. Doesn't look happy with it, but I think he's letting it go, and he is. David gets that through. Obviously, we're playing 700 at the moment, so it's 22,000 chips in the middle before we start the hand. So for David, that's very worth winning. So on to the next hand. We've got Chris in the small blind and Alan Curtin over the far side there in the big blind this time, which means it's our chip leader, Kevin Simpson, to act first.
10,000.
Kevin folds. As does Gary, and we're all the way round. Fold, fold, fold. Round to Chris in the small blind, so it's blind on blind. And Chris makes a call, and Alan taps the table and says, let's see a flop. So we're going to see a flop. And the flop comes down 6, Queen, 4, 2 hearts.
Check, check.
Both check, so they're going to see the 3 of clubs on the turn. That's got Chris reaching for chips, and he's bet 25,000, as you might have heard the dealer declare. And Alan folds, and Chris takes that down. Built a little bit of momentum, Chris has, in the past level or two, which is all good.
Antes, please.
So we're able to keep an eye on both tables that we've got going on here. So you're watching table 1. We've got table 3 still going, which is we've got a camera on. Chip leader on that table. There's 2 of them that were fairly close at the break. Craig Hinson in seat 1, which you'll see to the left of the dealer, and David Amos in seat 9 to the right of the dealer. They were both started on 245,000 at the beginning of this level. So if we see anything going on there, we'll flick over straight away to let you see the action from there as well. Meanwhile, back on our feature table, and Chris is raising from the button this time. It's folded round to him. He's 36,000, and Alan and Kevin get out of the way, and Chris takes another hand. I mentioned momentum a minute ago, and he seems to be continuing with it.
Ante, please. $10,000. Raise 35,000. Pass. Raise all in. Call.
Good luck, gentlemen. Good luck, Gary. Have an all in call. Table.
So we've got an all-in call on the feature table, and we're going to have an all-in call on the other table. So it's King Queen against Jack 9, looking for the diamonds. And we lose Gary. So the next cash is £200. So that's Gary eliminated.
Ante, please.
13 players left. 6 on our feature table, 7 on our out. I think I might start calling it the outer table. What do you think? What do you think, Tom Brady?
10,000. I never know if he's live or not.
No, I am genuinely live this time. Got him, yeah! Finally got him on the mic.
Raise all in.
So David all in on the feature table.
62,000.
So Kevin's raised to 25,000, and David's gone all in for 62,000. Kevin's our chip leader at the moment, and he's counting out chips. I'm feeling we may well get a call here, but we'll see. That was 62,000 is the raise from David, and we're going to get calls. So on the back, so David shows pocket threes, and Kevin has king 4 of spades. So David's tournament life at risk, needs to avoid a king or a 4. And the flop comes out 8 ace queen, 1 spade, another 8. He doesn't want to see a queen or an ace here as either. 2 on the river, and David doubles up again. For those of you that weren't watching earlier on, David at one point was 3,500 chips, less than one big blind. He's now doubled up again. 3.5k he was on. 3.5k. David Stones gets a double up. And it's a little bit of a dent into Kevin's stack.
Raise 25,000. 25. Pass.
So Kevin's still going to be chip leader here, I think. He's raised up again, 25,000 this time, effectively from the button, although it's a dead button. And gets it through the blinds, and takes that one down.
Lines and answers, please.
13 players remaining, and funnily enough, 13 players remaining in the Omaha side event at the moment. That started with 19. Nice little £25 blind tournament. Looks to be enjoyed by plenty. I think it's still a couple of tables going over there. A few names I can see. Mark Lasman's still in, as is Maggie Hall over the far side. So that's Maggie still in the side event. Andy still in the main event. Not a bad weekend for the Halls. So Ryan makes the call this one from the small blind, and it's checked by Malcolm in seat 4. Check from Ryan. Malcolm bets 10,000 on a flop of 9-3 queen and gets it through. And shows a 9 for good measure, just to show he wasn't at it too much.
$10,000 to call. Raise 25,000. 25. Raise all in. Pass.
So Kevin's raised up to 25,000 here, and has now asked for a count because Malcolm's gone all in. 94,000 is the count. So he's already bet 25,000. Malcolm's now got his 94,000's worth of chips out in the middle in front of him. So it's 69,000 more. quick scratch of the head from Kevin, deciding what to do. And he folds. Folds, says he has an ace, but decides not this time.
The lines and antes, please.
So, next hand. Chris in the small blind, Alan in the big, which is Kevin, who's still about our chip leader, I think. First to act. Singing along to Stop the Cavalry. And David goes all in. Not for the first time. And Ryan's very quickly gone, I'm all in as well. So we got 2 all-ins at the moment. Malcolm folds, so it's just the blinds to get through. Chris has a look, he folds, Alan gets out of the way. So David's got pocket 8s and Ryan has pocket 9s. Very close stacks. So we're going to see the flop. Queen 5-3, 2 spades, no spades out there for anybody. 7, going to need an 8. 2 on the river. Could this be David's luck finally runs out, having spun that up from 3,500 chips? He's going to have some chips left. 106 is the count. So that's going to put Ryan up. We're up around 225,000 now. And David is unfortunately back down to about 15,000. And he starts again.
Raise 25.
So Ryan raises to 25,000 with his newfound stack. Round to the blinds. Alan in Alan.
Okay, so if you call behind. If you raise, you can take it back.
So Alan's acted out a turn in the small blind with Chris still to act on the button. So the dealer's explained his options to him.
Call.
So it's a call. So Alan makes the call. Very much pricing in Kevin over the far side now. He's the big blind, has already committed 10,000. He's got three players in the pot, 25,000 each. So it's costing him 15,000 into a pot of 90,000. But he's having a think about it. And he's decided to pass. So we're going to go 3 players to the flop. And the flop comes down 6-3-6, rainbow. Check from Alan, check from Ryan. Actions on Chris on a button. With the baseball cap.
Check.
And he checks as well. We're going to see a turn. Turn brings the 3 of hearts. 2 hearts on the board now. Check from Alan. Actions with Ryan in seat 2 with his back to you. The black hoodie and black cap. He's reaching for chips and he bets 35,000 is the bet. Chris folds, Alan folds, and Ryan takes it down. So Ryan stacks up a few more chips. And that should see him just over the just over the 300,000 mark now. Over on the other table, we've got an all-in and a call. It's pocket sixes against King Jack. Anthony against Andrew. Jack on the flop. And a 4 on the river, so it's a double up for Andrew. Double up for Andrew Dodson through Anthony Ashman. All in and a call on the feature table. So short stack David, pocket sevens against the 7-6 hearts of Kevin. Kevin's already saying unlucky to him. 6 king deuce, so he's got a couple more outs now. 9 of diamonds is no good. 4 of clubs means David starts to come back once more and doubles up.
No, he's hanging around like a proverbial fly. Hanging in there.
10,000 to go.
So good to see Carl Pilgrim is captaining one of the APAT teams at Luton in January on Twitter. Wishing good luck to Poker Pops, which is David Amos, for anyone that doesn't know. David currently on about 250,000 chips, and we've got another all-in call on the feature table as we're talking about that. You can tweet APAT Poker, hashtag APAT Poker, and it's and David's got 6-4, Ryan's got ace-5. So we're going to see a flop, and he's 4-7 Jack. So his head is 4, needs to avoid an ace or a 5. Still needs to avoid an ace or a 5, and it's another double up for David. Jack on the river, and it's another double up for David, and he's back at it again. That puts him up around at round 80,000 now, I think. As the table says, there seems no way of getting rid of him.
Raise 25,000.
Kevin's going to have another go. Raises 25,000. Folds round to Malcolm with the big blind.
Call.
And he makes the call.
Heads up.
And we see a flop of 9-4-2, 2 clubs.
Bet, all in.
And Kevin goes all in.
Pass.
And Malcolm lets it go.
Lines and antes.
So 13 players left here. Started with 149 runners yesterday, and we've created a prize pool of just over £11,000. Great turnout in Newcastle for the weekend. And we'll play down here today to 9, and then we'll break to a final table. Depending on the timing of that, it'll be might be around the dinner break as planned. But we'll see how close it is and how these players get on. There's a few short stacks still at the table, so we might see a little bit of movement. The blinds are at 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 running ante, so it's getting a bit expensive to play each orbit. Average stack is now 170,000. Which is just 17 bigs, which is quite low. Some would declare that as a bit of a nip fest. Normally, find in a tournament like this, you'd expect it to run somewhere nearer 25 to 30 bigs.
How much of that, Lee, do you think is down to the fact that every all-in seemed to favour the underdog earlier?
Yeah, I think it just is the way it seems to have run. To be honest, the short stacks seem to have managed to get there, whether they were ahead, behind, or whatever at the moment. So I think you're right, Des. It seems to be the way it's gone. Seeing a flop of 7-3-2 here, but yeah, it seems to be the way it's played out so far.
Have we seen a re-raise at any point over the weekend, though?
There's not been many. I mean, even the hand a couple of hands ago there, where Ryan raised it up to 25,000, and you've got two callers, and Kevin had a perfect squeeze opportunity. I mean, if you've not got the cards, it's very difficult to do it, but still, it was a perfectly set up opportunity from the big blind, even to just make the call. But no, just wasn't interested. And he's one of the bigger stacks at the table. Yet it was 15,000 to call into about an 80,000 pot, and he let it go. Now, arguably, I think any two cards there, you're getting the value to have a look.
I mean, perhaps that's the big step change between being a player who's playing for 3-figure buy-ins compared to a player who's playing for maybe 4 or 5-figure buy-ins.
Quite possibly, but we'll see how this plays out. We're going to see a flop, blind on blind. Alan and Kevin, and it's 6-3 Jack. 2 hearts. Bet from Kevin takes it down. So we've got a few players starting to gather in the room, because I think there's a 5 o'clock side event due to start. Crazy pineapple something or other. £25 buy-in if you're in the area. I think it'll be fun, because I think half the people won't know how to play it, so it should be interesting. I'm not updating it, that's for sure. Ryan takes that one down. And we've got 12 minutes left on this level. 12 players left in the Omaha side event that started earlier on today. They're into level 7 at the moment. Malcolm all in under the gun. It's about 80,000. Folded all the way around to Ryan. And he folds. shows ace 9. Malcolm shows pocket 10s. Call of 10s. I'd be happy with 1 10 from the other end of the room. From the two guys with quite big chip stacks, actually. It's funny, strange that, isn't it? Yeah, how that works out. So next hand, Ryan in the small blind, Malcolm in the big. It's going to be Chris to act first. Sat in seat 5.
10,000.
And he folds. Alan gets out of the way as well. So it's Kevin the far end of the table. He folds. So David on the button. Not tempted to push.
Raise, all in.
All in call from Ryan in the small blind. And he shows pocket deuces. There's a little bit niggle in a nice way going on here. They're showing some hands and wanting to go for it. I think we'll soon have another episode of When Big Hands Collide. Not a lot going over on our second table at the moment. Seems to be very steady. All gone very quiet. We're slowly creeping. I guess there will be a little bit of an element of a bubble as we head towards the final table. Everyone likes to be at a final table, so. So 2 players to the flop here. Kevin raised to 25,000, called by Chris. 3 Jack Deuce is the flop. And Chris bets out 30,000. Kevin absolutely staring him down. Lets it go. Quick look at his cards, and away they go. And Chris takes down that pot. Again, consistently just gathering chips.
Big blind, please. 10,000.
Folds all the way round to the blinds. Chris and Alan. Chris is reaching for chips.
Raise 35,000.
And he raises it to 35.
35. Call.
Alan calls quite quickly. So we're going to be both the blinds seeing the flop. And the flop is deuce 5-7, 2 spades. Check and an all very quick all in from Alan, grabbing chips and gets them across the line. It's about 85,000. Sorry. 85,000 is the all-in bet, and Chris lets it go. Alan takes that one down, saying finally. So, little mouth joke there that only Lucy got to hear. Put a smile on her face anyway, so that's good. That's good. It's gone reasonably quiet. There's people seem to be playing pretty straightforward poker here at the moment.
Raise.
Chris raising from the button this time. 30,000 is the bet. And Alan and Kevin get out of the way. And Chris takes that one down as well.
Lines and antes, please.
Win some, lose some, but he's the one at the table that's actually really started to play some hands. Others are sat there waiting. He's pretty much, if it folds around to him uncontested, he's the one that's making the raise, pretty much whatever. And he's probably winning more than he's actually losing of these pots, keeping them fairly as low ball as you possibly can at these blinds. So next hand, Kevin in the small blind, David in the big, and Ryan's first to act and folds. As does Malcolm, as does Chris. So it's round to Alan on the button. There's no way is he folding his button. 35,000 is the bet. Kevin gets out the way, so just David. David is all in. I think that's probably is about. It's about that anyway, so we're going to see it. So Alan was raising with ace deuce offsuit. 42,000 was the call in total. In the big blind, David's woken up with pocket sevens. So it's pocket sevens versus ace two. So here we go, needs to avoid an ace. And it's 5-4 jack, 2 diamonds though. Alan has the ace of diamonds. Near 3 also helps him now. Another 5. Needs to avoid an ace or a 3. King of diamonds on the river, and David gets an. For those who've been watching this, David gets another double up. Done about 4 or 5 in a row, then lost one, went down to next to nothing again, and he's back up again. It's all going well.
Lines and antes, please.
So I think that's going to put David up over 100k now. Can't be far off it. 90, 85, 90, yeah. Doing very well. Up to about 90,000.
Raise 30,000. 30.
So it's a raise from Kevin to 30,000 on the button and gets that through. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000. We've got 3 minutes left of this level. So actions on Chris under the gun. He folds. Alan makes it 35,000. Kevin gets out of the way, so it's David's button we're around to. He folds, so it's just the blinds. Ryan in the small, Malcolm in the big. Ryan gets out of the way. Malcolm has a quick look at his cards and look across at Alan. And he folds as well. Alan gets that one through. Still very little action as such on the outer table. Seem to be chips moving about, but I've not seen any major hands for any big pots. Just as I say that, Andrew Dobson from the button raises to 32,000, and Anthony Ashman in the big blind declares all in. Andrew's asked for a count.
$10,000. Call. Check.
So I'll just.
Hands up. That's 20,000.
Andrew's just working out how much of that I'll leave him if he makes a call.
Pass.
Hun 113,000 was the all-in count. Andrew made it 32,000 originally, and eventually he folds, and Anthony takes that one down. I'm good. I'm good.
$11,000. Raise 30,000. 30. Call. Heads up. Check. 25. Raise. All in.
So the raise from Kevin. And it's an all-in from Alan, I think it was. I don't know why he's not putting chips out to show it, but he is all in.
Pass.
Kevin folds. You can call him. You can still got to put some chips out there. Yeah.
Home base flags now, 6,000, 12,000, and 1,000 remaining. 6,000, 12,000, and 1,000 remaining.
6 and 12 for your blinds.
So see Stuart Wards on the Twitter feed. Hashtag APAT or at APAT Poker. Yeah, it's good fun being back, Stuart. Thanks very much. And you're quite right. Good luck to Poker Pops. That's David Amos. Did he really give him that nickname? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. I believe Stuart. I mean, he's come out with all sorts of stuff this weekend. I mean, did you hear about his boxing stuff? I mean, well, I don't know. He had some views on who was going to win the boxing last night, and you know, it didn't really go according to plan.
He picked the Ukrainian, surely.
You did, yeah.
He did, yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
No, I think I know the post you're relating to. Yeah. He basically said he'd give all of his money to the poor and basically go traveling to Burma to help people. You know,
yeah.
If Mr. Fury won.
Well, what happened?
I think he did win, didn't he?
Did he really?
He
oh, well.
He did.
Have a nice trip, Stuart. Enjoy yourself. Yeah. Yeah, we were watching the boxing last night. It was on in the casino whilst we were getting towards the end of day one. Strange fight. I don't really understand boxing, to be completely honest, but it looked fairly even, so it was going to be a close thing, whatever.
Call. 12,000. Call. Call. Option. Raise. All in. $84.
So David in seat 1, you might be surprised to hear, is all in once more.
Pass.
And Chris gets out of the way.
12,000.
Tom hasn't got out of the way. But that's Tom Brady, folks, for you. And David gets that through.
Shows the ace of hearts.
And shows the ace of hearts.
It just looked like such a squeeze, but I did have a good hand.
Tom doing a sterling job with the updating on the APAT forum. You can go on to apat.com/forum and the live updates section there, and you'll catch all of the updates, hands, exits, photos, everything from the weekend.
Yes.
We started with 149 runners yesterday, so there's plenty of action across the 2 days. We're down to 13 players, playing down to a final table of 9. And then we'll see how it plays out for APAT medals, but more importantly, the title of APAT UK Amateur Poker Champion 2015, Season 9 of APAT, in association with Coral.
Raise, all in.
And Chris goes all in. And gets that one through.
The lines and antes, please.
Blinds are now up to 6,000, 12,000 with a running ante of 1,000.
Small blind and ante, please. You make a good teacher, so I'm not going to cut enough about action. 12,000. Raise, all in. The lines and antes, please. Nearly got it in before. It is an annoying thing that can take 12,000. Raise, all in.
Oh, Alan's all in. Folds around to Ryan, and he gets to the blinds, and that's it. And Mark's all in on our secondary table here. With decision, he's got to get through the blinds. Andrew's in the small blind.
The lines and antes, please.
Andrew's now asked for a count.
Could I get all of you, please?
And it's 165 is the count
12,000.
for Andrew. I think actually Mark's got him covered. I mean, what we've got is some action. We've got some action here from the hijack. Craig Hinson has raised to 42,000. Mark Robinson has now gone in for 165,000. Let's see if I can get you the feed over for it. 3, please, Dave. Please. Thank you very much. Here we go. So decision at the moment is on Andrew, the far end with the... no.
Ante, please.
And decision, and Craig's made the call. So Craig's got pocket queens, and it's the pocket tens of Mark, and it's the tens at risk. So needs a 10.
12,000.
Flop comes down ace, ace, king. 10 on the turn. Needs to avoid a queen or a jack. 7 on the river, and the 10s are good. It's a huge stack. Pot was about 3. It's going to be about 350,000. Is the pot? Huge pot. That's probably the biggest hand of the day so far. Queens against 10s. 10 on the turn. And it's a full double up, Brand.
Antis, please.
When the social up, I was like,
Messages a link to the string. Messages of the series. 12,000. I'm look through it. No, I'll look through it. I'm saying I know I'm saying I haven't looked through it because it's
Alright, just working this out. Okay.
I kind of beat him to as quick as he can raise him. I'm going to beat him.
New dealer. Good luck.
Yeah,
I got new dealer on there.
Change of dealer on the feature table.
Well, you were winning, don't you?
really.
So next hand here, and David is in on the button. So it's going to be Chris to act first.
Bobby.
25. Where's 25,000? Let's play all in.
I've been myself a couple hours to work.
$130,000 total.
Sorry?
130 total.
130.
Yeah, 130.
I need what Would it be a pair 7s here now?
7-3.
7-3.
That's not good.
I think we've got to have a set of uses to try and do it. It's only got one move allowed it. Yep, it works. The one trick pony just worked from 14 team.
You can't play 10 big grand stack any other way. But you can.
Sorry, I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
On in the corner, second table, box, ball,
all in and a call on the second table.
Can we watch this?
So it's Mark with ace king and Craig with ace king. Well, that's kind of a little bit boring. There's two clubs. Mark has the ace king of clubs, so he's eight of spades on the turn. He's looking for a club, otherwise they're chopping it. Three of hearts means it's chopping it up. You've never seen the update team move so fast for a chop. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you might just have caught a glimpse of Tom Brady. Yeah, Tom Brady there. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tom Brady.
Where's the player rolling? Oh. 37,000.
37.
Four. Yep. Feeling lucky, one?
So another all-in and a call on the side table. It's ace 9 of clubs versus pocket tens. And there's the ace of hearts on the flop. Four of clubs, so club outs as well. 10 of hearts it's a one outer for Craig, and I think we're just double checking, just doing a chip count to make sure for certain. Craig seems certain. Over on the feature table. And Malcolm takes that hand down. All go here. We get one hand on the outer table, then one on our feature table.
They're both called the all-in flop. He bet flop.
Absolute all go here.
Start again.
So just the double check on the outer table was, and Nick did actually have Craig covered. So we see Craig depart, which means we're now down to 12 players. So on the outer table again, all in and a call. It's pocket pocket fives of Mark up against the king queen offsuit of Andrew. Here we're going to see a flop. It's Jack 6 ace. Four, so a 10, a queen or a king. 10, a queen or a king on the river. And Andrew gets a double up. King queen against the pocket fives of Mark. And there you can see Lucy just getting details of the hand. Andrew with the sunglasses over the far side gets the double up through Mark. So 12 players remaining. So Alan all in on the feature table. And everybody else gets out of the way. And he takes down the blinds and antes, which is currently 24,000 chips, as we're running at 6,000, 12,000 running ante. Over on the outer table, Anthony was all in, but got it through, so just was gathering his chips back there. Anthony on the right hand side there as you're looking. Next hand on our feature table sees Kevin under the gun. And Kevin's going to raise. Raises up to what looks like 30,000. And David makes a call in seat 1, 30,000. Everybody else folds round to Alan in the big blind. And Alan's going to call. So we've got 90, nearly 100,000 in the pot. We're going to see a flop. And the flop is 10 of clubs, 8 of diamonds, queen of spades. And Alan checks and Kevin is all in. Alan folds, gets out of the way. Kevin shows aces. We've got an all-in call on the other table. It's ace queen for Anthony. It's pocket deuces for Andy Hall. Jack king 8 on the flop. Four of clubs, needs to avoid an ace, a queen or a 10. 7 of spades. And Andy Hall gets a double up. And 54,000 was the call. So Andy doubles up to about 120,000 now. So we're still 6 players, about 20 minutes left of this level. So the button's on Alan this time, so Ryan to act first, and he bets out. Bets 32,000. And Malcolm's gone all in. Chris gets out of the way, and Alan is all in. So the initial raise came from Ryan. Kevin's over the far side with his hands on his head, with a decision to make. So the way the action went, it was Ryan under the gun that raised to 32,000. Malcolm's gone all in for about 110,000. Alan is all in for less than that. Kevin's just asked for a count on the larger stack, which is 122,000 is the call, I think, for the from the chip count. So the option is currently with Kevin on what to do on the right hand side there.
Reverse all in. 3 players all in.
So Kevin has gone all in. So the initial raise from Ryan is he's out. So we're looking at Alan's got pocket aces, pocket nines, Malcolm, and it's pocket jacks. Aces, nines, and jacks. Here we go then. A 9 out on the flop with 2 deuces. Malcolm needs to avoid an ace or a jack. The aces are at risk of Alan. Alan needs an ace or he is out of here. He is, and Alan is going to be eliminated. Malcolm is going to have pretty much the best part of a triple up, I think, because he's got the 32,000 that Ryan put in originally. He's going to get the full double up through from Kevin, and Alan was a little bit short of it. So I think he's pretty much going to end up with a triple up there, Malcolm, with the pocket nines. Nines up against jacks, up against aces, and the nines are good. And we're going to lose Alan. So we lose another player. Now down to 11. So we're looking for 2 more players to go, and then we will be at a final table. Absolutely fantastic rail gathering around the room. And it's folded round to the button, and Kevin declares all in. David's got out of the way in the small blind, which means it's Ryan to make a decision now from the big, and he folds. Give you an idea, we've got a fairly decent rail gathering around the room. And that's our outer table. Still with 6 players on it, but we're down to 11 now, 5 on our feature table. As Kevin said, you've got to win your flips, but when it's aces versus jacks versus nines, you kind of like to think you're going to be good a reasonable chunk of the time. So Kevin all in again. Fold round to Malcolm. Malcolm's all in. And Malcolm's all in, so Kevin's shoved all in. Malcolm's in the big blind, and he's gone all in. So we're going to see a. Well, it's aces. It's Queen Jack for Kevin. It's aces for Malcolm. Kevin at risk here. Jack 8-4. He's got a few more outs here now. 6 still needs a queen or a jack. And 8 of hearts is not going to be it. And I'm pretty sure that is going to be Kevin eliminated in 11th place. Excellent work from Kevin. After losing the hand with the jacks, he really started to play aggro at the table. Was all in pretty much the next few hands, and got looked up with aces in the big blind from Malcolm. That's the time to get them. So as the dealer shuffles up for the next deal, we're going to just move one player from the outer table onto the feature table, so we can rebalance as we're down to 10 players. So it'll be 5-handed on each table. And Nick is the lucky recipient of a feature table seat. He's going to take his seat there. You can see him there, just sitting in. So one more player, and we will pause the clock and redraw for a final table. I can hear Tom mouthing that if we lose one more player soon, he's talking about maybe going for an early dinner break. Lucy and I are high-fiving and dancing around the room with a early dinner break. Let's do it. Lucy suggesting a 10-way chop. If you'd just like to read terms and conditions at apat.com, I think you'll find. You'll find we don't do chops. Computer says no. No, that's retro reference again. I'm at it again with retro references. So that's just been confirmed by Tom and David, our tournament director, that once we lose one more player, we will set up for the final table, and then the players will get to go and have a dinner break. And the food is very good in this casino. I've eaten in this casino a number of times, and the food is absolutely fantastic. My burger was very nice, Tom. You might not have heard that, because I'm not sure whether the father picked him up on the microphone because he's running away. But he did ask me how my burger was. I said that he very, very kindly provided for me. It was very nice. See, I'm back doing APAT, and I get watered and fed. What more could I ask for? So I am desperate, Tom, just to have a few words with you in general, not in jest, but in a general. How do you think the weekend's gone?
Very well. Really happy with the numbers. There's a lot of poker around the country this weekend.
Yeah.
And, just amazed to get it.
I mean, 149. Yeah, it's absolutely incredible, really, isn't it?
I'd have been very happy with 110, 120. So.
Yeah, I know. We're just talking to the tournament stuff. If they were, they were expecting if we got to 100, they'd have been quite happy. So.
Indeed.
Yeah. And looking forward to Luton.
Yeah, very much so. Will you be playing yourself there?
I'm not playing because I'm hoping we're going to be doing this all again. With the streaming. Yeah, he is. Yeah. Yeah, a proper player. Yeah, proper player. Not me that just dabbles at the game. So. Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully be doing this.
Yeah, well, hopefully. I think this has very much been a test weekend. You've seen it from this side to see what we've got, setup wise, and what we're capable of doing. And I think we can take it a lot further now. We've proven we can get it out there for the weekend.
Definitely earlier on when we had 3 tables going on, we had both you and Lucy on the mic, 2 people on the mic covering 2 or 3 tables. I thought that was good because it's a lot of action, people to listen to.
Absolutely, and looking forward to this final table. So what do you think? The players we've got left, 10 left. Nice to see Andy Hall still going strong for LPPL.
Stones on the seat one on the feature table.
Yeah. He's LPPL player. Yeah, brilliant.
He's done well. He's been to Vegas a few times.
Fantastic.
But he's been up and down. So if he could survive a few, I think a little bit of run good. he'd go well.
Yeah, he's gone from 3,500 up to like 100 and something odd, and then lost it all back to 18, and then has gone again. Yeah, it's just extraordinary stuff.
He just needs a little bit of run good. And he would
Does he play local to here, LPPL, or is he?
In the
Right. Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. It's all good. And then before we know it, it's going to be time for the Worlds. Are we allowed to talk about it? Are we allowed to talk about it? Yeah.
We've sort of agreed all the events. We just need to fine tune the venue.
Right. Okay.
I'm hoping we get that done next week. But I was going to say that's in the hand of the gods, but it's in the hand of the god, Mr. Duffy. So we'll see where we go.
Nicely put. Very nicely put. So yeah, it should be good. I mean, the Worlds is always a great event. I was explaining earlier on that was it 20 something odd events last year? Yeah, right. Absolutely. Just crazy.
We're looking at similar this year. We're looking at adding a couple of different events.
Oh right. Okay. Cool.
Which will be popular with some of the more variety of games, but maybe mixed games.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's things like being able to play stuff like, I mean, I know that there's a side event, a Crazy Pineapple side event going on here today, but I mean, I remember back when the first Worlds event happened with APAT, it was just unique when we brought in a RAS tournament, and now we do RAS, we do horse, we do was it open face Chinese last year? Yeah, I mean, yeah, and the players seem to love it.
They do love it. Yeah, it's the variety. We've tried to incorporate some of them in the tour this year. Some of them haven't worked. We tried to give the people the experience them. So I'm not sure we'd look at incorporating as many in next year's schedule because if they're not getting the numbers, it's hard.
It's very difficult for the regional casinos, though. I mean, some of the dealers don't even know the games. So yeah. We've got an all-in and call on the feature table. So I'm wondering if Tom can nip over there and give me what's going on. So it's Ryan in seat 2 and Chris in seat 4. Oh, it's a three-way all in, and David as well. Go.
We've got seat 1, Dave is all in. Ace of diamonds, ace of clubs. Seat 2 has got queens. And seat 4 has got ace 10. Aces, queens, ace 10. So seat 1, Dave has got ace of diamonds, ace of clubs. Seat 2 has got queen of spades, diamonds. And seat 4 has got ace of hearts, 10 of clubs. We'll see a flop. Queen of clubs comes, 6 of clubs, 3 of spades. So we've got trip queens at the minute for seat 2. We've got the 4 of clubs. So seat 1, Dave is looking for a club to hit the flush. And it's a 7 of spades. So seat 2, hit trip queens on the flop. So it looks like we've got 2 eliminations, and the dealer has confirmed that. So we leave seat 1 and seat 4.
So that's David departs and Chris departs, and that puts us down to 8 for a final table then, Tom, yeah?
Final table of 8,
excellent, so we're going to be pausing the clock and redrawing for a final table. Whilst all that goes on, we're going to then take a dinner break, so we'll see you guys back, how long, Tom?
45 to 50 minutes.
Fantastic. See you in 45 minutes, guys.
Yeah.
You can go to the toilet if you want. Actually, no, if it's a table here, I'd imagine it would be, but we just want to have some sort of
Still backup chips for you guys.
Yeah, I'd say we'll sort that out as soon as our hands finished on that.
That a double elimination?
It was, yeah.
I felt the cream coming there, but
I don't even know.
Enjoyable. Queens against this, 10 against aces, just flop the queen. Aces have enough flush draw on the turn.
Gotta be a sweat. No sweat, no fun.
No, of course not.
Pineapple's not money.
I think it was the king of clubs as well, so ace 10 turned a gut shot. So everyone had something.
There you go.
Queens was the biggest start, which made it easy.
Pineapple's gotta be this one.
I'd imagine it would be.
He's played stack, my case.
Oh, right, yeah, I'll see that. He's the biggest stack. He's the biggest stack on our table.
Yeah, see draws, put it up.
C20. Yeah, I've got
we have enough
got
of
some.
chips on this table. This is Nick, isn't it?
Yeah, Nick likes that.
Okay,
So this is heavy. So heavy's going to be 1-3. So you're not.
2 down, yeah.
Kilby's not actually. Sorry, heavy's not moving.
Okay. Nick is going to 1.
Yeah, the biggest stack. I've got a count for the biggest stack on the table. 470 there, 80. 559 is the biggest stack. Just for counting, but doing counts there.
Yeah.
We're doing all that after.
That's it.
So he's in seat 3. Big Max 1-1, yeah.
Yep.
Kilby is in 45 minutes. Are you okay for me to move your stack? I need your proxy to do it. As long as you're happy for me to move your stack. It'll be put in the right seat, okay? It'll be getting counted by the
Going
Who's
into
this stack?
That's next. C1. C2 is moving to C8. Yeah. He's staying in C3.
Are you sending them away? You're just okay. So I want to stay. Guys, if that's 45 minutes, dinner break now.
It is. Well, we'll take a chair back because we're at an 8-hand final table over.
Say again.
It's double. It was 10 double elimination, so we have 8-hand final table.
Surely it should have been a 10-handed final table.
So it's like it's been 9 laps. It's all we played 5-5. Oh, we don't know. 1-7. No, well, should we take a chair back because it's an 8-handed final table, isn't it?
We'll do that in a minute.
Okay.
If you're playing,
It's just so we'll know for
in a minute.
Like,
I'm taking it one.
Should doesn't know what
No, it's just about his inverted rules. I'm amazed.
They're all the same table. C6. Is this Nick's card?
Yeah, maybe 7.
Mike, can you put the play track on? Yeah, sure. He was at 3 anyway, so... chips. I need the racks.
I'm not, yeah.
Unless we've got more racks,
Paul's got somebody who's going to have to... Dave.
I got a shitload from the cash chest earlier, so...
There you go.
Yeah, we'll just unlock these and we'll use them.
Bassy.
The bag's not open,
So the plan is why the left one and you so now still 16.
I don't know. It was already there. It was already there. Actually, C2 was moved to where? C2 was moved to C8.
Yeah.
Since we're 5-hand, we're 8-handed, aren't we?
We're all it's 5, so it's 5, 6, 7, and 8. We'll be moving that 9th one out and spread this round. We'll spread everyone round.
That's in the way. So can I 5, 6, 5?
Yeah.
Can I go that side? 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. Stacks round 1 please for me.
And then we'll
we've got these as well, the spares, these are ones that people
Yeah,
have.
dinner break 45 and then there's 8.
So you're going to be... Okay. So yeah, we'll move this along as well.
Yep.
I will take that out.
That was
C6 should be here. C5 should be here. 4 and 5 will split the deal.
Yeah, so 5 this side of it.
chips for him. And he was seat 4, so so C2 is already making what I have.
Tom. Yeah. Tom. Yep. I'm gonna move this into that corner. Move what? I think you might find 3 will be good there, but well, you tell me where you want. We'll have a look. I know we're going to end up probably wherever the cameras are picking up.
So you moved Mr.
Yeah, he's been moved into C5 is now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep. Eight seats, 8 stacks. Did I have anything?
No, that's good. So you're doing 4 and 4 either side of the camera. Brilliant. Best things, actually, do you want to move those 2 guys just a little bit 6 and 3 around? Well, yeah, just and then 4 and 5, just move them nearest, nearest 6 and 3, just so they're a bit further away from the camera, really, so they're not feeling like it's right next to them. It's good.
Yeah, so just
You
have
do the
that
chairs, I'll do
the
the
stack,
stacks.
like 900 density.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put these
out of the way. Yeah, that's cool. That's brilliant.
Biggest stack, I would say, this guy here counted 589, I think it was.
There we go.
This guy's also got a stack 200, 300, 400, it's got about 400k there.
That works pretty
What's the average? It's 2.2 in play divided by 8. That would work out around about 300k average.
Aspers 1-1.
Yeah, obviously. I don't think we've knocked it down yet. Yeah, Charlie, do you know which one's what? There's a seat ticket.
It was Kevin and
you said it was, you said the name, I forgot it completely.
I didn't. You were dealing.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know the names though. I don't know the names. You said it, and I thought that rings a bell. And then I don't know everyone's name. I was dealing with them.
Me neither.
I'm sure you said it though.
No, Dave must have said it then.
1,050, 225. No, he's got about 500. He's got about 400. Marks that one there. He's got about 340 or something. Actually, no, 150, 225. No, 280, 285, something like that. He's got more than
Yeah, would you mind? Yeah, absolutely. So if you just write it, you just write the player tracking number.
Tom normally likes to bounce 6 decimal places. Yeah.
You want us to wave a chip?
You've got a pen and paper, Sam.
He gets really funny about this kind of thing.
Okay, we can go 0.0s on all of them.
Yeah.
As long as you put 6 zeros on the other one.
Yeah. To be honest, she doesn't have much room over there, does she?
She could.
And then either Lucy or myself.
Okay, table 14, seat 10. It's 299,000.
Yep, that's about right. 100, 200, 60, 80, 99, yep.
Table 5, seat 9.
Yep, 5-9.
Yep. 284,000. So those are on 20s, that's 19, those are 15s.
So that's 150, 225,
265, that's 19,
yeah.
284. I did count, I think I counted this guy as 589, I will double check it.
Better 20s.
Those are 20s, so 200k, 400k, 480,
yeah.
500, yes. 545,
554, so good job. I did double check.
554, yeah?
Yeah, 554. And it's 160 is the car you've got it.
Yeah, that's good.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much for your help. Thank you. Cheers now. Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay, so
50, 150, 185,
205.
285.
205.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Where's it straight?
Stuck it back up. Yeah, there's a cool thing under there so we can beware.
Right, that's great. All the track cards are the right cards.
Yep. 1.2.
It's 200 kilo altogether with the 10s and 5s.
200, 220, 35, 239.
Yeah, that's good, right?
No, that's okay. Amazing. To be honest, if we could speak with Lee, depending where he puts the cameras in, we can position the panel.
Okay, so 30, 50, 70, plus 11, 81,000.
One in the middle is probably best because then you can pick them two of them. But Lee and I'll play around with the cameras a little bit, and then as long as you're flexible, you can move the panel 3 to here, or just shoot the cameras.
That's 95. Actually, no.
Well, I'm
70. The way I'm looking at it, we go pretty sure we keep squeezing in here. I'm very tempted. It is 152. I'm really tempted to want to drop one of the cameras in onto the table and try and get out.
Unless we lose a player or two, or no?
Yeah. So just literally just flip one off and go.
So, yeah.
I've got it there at the moment. If I can leave that one over there, I'll drop this one in.
Have you seen the
keep that seat free?
Have you seen the GKPT setup? Just has it on the end of the table, like about eye height.
We can do that now if you want, if we want to miss that seat out, because we've only got 8 hands. So we can squeeze them around a bit and keep that area free.
That is what? 420, 429.
Yeah. Lovely. Thank you, buddy.
Okay, cool.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Oh, you said something you want seating position to move to something like that. I don't know. We're just going to try out this. I think we might, whilst we're eight-handed, we might just let it get down to. Once we get out to 4, we might look to move one of the cameras down really nice and close. But until it's difficult to know. Yeah. Until we try it out. So I'm just trying to make sure we can capture quite nicely what's going on. So let me know if you want to position any of the cars in any way. It's a bit of a learning curve.
Yeah. Tell me in a second. It's one time for because he needs to go and get his car.
Well,
He's got half a sugar packet floating in it, so yeah, we have 4 drinks tables in the corners. That's set up 5 to yeah, and that needs to be rocked up a little bit whenever. Yeah.
I think I can drop that, can go down. How's that?
Yeah.
I mean, are you going to get all the players the other way?
Yeah, you're going to well, the dealer.
What I'm saying is, once we lose another couple, and we get sort of 6 and dropping a camera in, look, have a look. I mean, the left hand one is clear, it's going to look, that's going to look, that's going to look really good. But I think it's right-handed, it's very difficult to put 2 cameras up. It's going to,
I mean,
just careful of the wire, mate.
The GKPT setup hasn't raised quite
Yeah,
nicely.
I know.
Come in off the table, not
They're
the side.
physically attached to them.
Yeah, so it's kind of annoying if you start next to them. But
We've tried, yeah. We've just got these kind of cameras to try out.
oh yeah,
what
this
we
is
can do.
this is looking like a good
But
setup.
I'm thinking of, see that one from the camera over there is lovely. It's actually catching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's catching 5 of the players. So I think probably leaving this one up here to catch the other end of the table for the time being, and then when we get down to see the other option is when we get move up to C2 and 3. I think it's whilst we've got I think what we'll do is we'll let it play out and see who goes, and then we'll make a decision. Right, we can easily drop that cam onto a table somewhere in a spot and pick up. So we'll put it there for the time being and pick up close views, and then I think when we get down to maybe 6, 5, we'll drop that cam down here somewhere and pick up that stuff.
And then heads up, you can stand a camera.
Oh, yeah, I mean heads up. Heads up cool.
Heads up would be nice to see. I want to be dealing with that.
Yeah. What we want to make sure is, what we want to make sure is whoever's, I mean, it's amazing how much you guys have picked up on that mic. Which is really good. So if you actually give some clear commentary,
I was on a break
or whatever, it actually makes it so much easier because it's already effectively saying what the action is and what's going on.
Yeah, I was on a break yesterday and one of my friends was watching the stream.
Oh, really?
It was literally just recounting the conversation I'd had 20 minutes earlier.
Oh, right.
Like, what's going on here? This is a bit creepy.
Yeah.
And 2 texts, and they're both saying great coverage, can't stop watching.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
LPPL guys.
I mean, my girlfriend.
I just like to say that I couldn't win this Oscar on my own. It's a team effort.
Yeah, my girlfriend, who knows literally nothing about poker, has no interest, was watching for a good hour and a half.
My girlfriend, when I spoke to her this morning, said, "Make sure they don't keep putting you on the camera." Because you look fat.
I mean, she was
I don't mind listening to you, but
trying to avoid doing a dissertation, so she was clutching at straws for literally anything other than working to do. But still.
No, you take it. It's all right.
Yeah.
You take that. Absolutely. Do you guys enjoy it when it's streamed and there's a bit more going on? There's obviously a bit more banter as well.
Yeah.
Watching it. Does it make it
Just really quiet.
Superb.
Like the only suggestion I can give you, having done some of this, is if you move the commentary position further away from the table, obviously with all the wires it'd be a nightmare. If you get some relays set up and you do proper in-depth analysis,
the difficulty is with it is, I mean,
Trap talk low enough.
you've got to come the mics that I've got that I'm in back on that really. I can drop it right.
Yeah. Like, I wasn't hearing anything you were doing using that one.
Yeah.
It's just if you want to start talking about, if you want to engage with people who are watching,
we've had this
talk about.
massive dilemma because games in Grosvenor, Dustador, all do the
live streams,
but it's
broadcasts.
all on the day. And when you've got your mates at the tournament,
You
and you want him to catch what's going on,
Yeah.
he's either texting you, or he's on Facebook, or he's on Twitter,
Yeah.
or cheating.
And I would much rather see it and hear it live than see
I've
the podcast.
So we've
played
got-
on these stream tables and had people like questioning hands, and I'm just like, it was half an hour ago. I'm focusing really hard. I don't know what you're talking about. You're questioning a decision I made to just fold pre-flop, not facing a bet. Why do you think that's an important piece of information?
It doesn't really. But that's the trouble. Is people then get overly. And I don't actually think that sort of information at this level does the game any good.
No, not for the amateur poker championships.
And not if you've got someone that's
when you've got pros, yes.
Yeah, but someone who's at home also seeing this and maybe feeding information back.
Yeah.
Oh, level playing field, you guys.
I think, not having whole cards and just doing it like you get exactly the same information you would standing on the rail.
I think we've been peaking at about 30 to 40 people watching the stream, which considering we've hardly promoted it, we're just testing it.
Yeah. It's probably the Geordie Poker Farm, to be honest. Yeah. Most of the guys like Alan Pitt, he's part of East Africa now, so big up the guys on there.
So it's from that point of view, it's great. I mean, we'll see how it goes.
Using whole cards for student championships, we were averaging a couple of hundred viewers.
Oh, you'll get
But that's obviously the students. There's a lot of students in that community.
Just to go and take an understand the bridge. The Grand Prix. Oh my God!
I can imagine.
Oh yeah, they've completely done the place out for the weekend.
What, you mean like the tables and all that?
All
Actually,
tables.
wait, I've seen it.
All tables. They've got rigging up for the feature table, lighting, HD cameras, whole card technology for everything. For a 60 quid tournament.
Yeah.
And also they're then doing all the stuff for up here for events.
The UCLan Poker Society.
It's brilliant.
We're going to have some food, mate, and we'll get the plates brought in here. We're going to bring them in.
Oh, they really?
Just the burger. The burger, yeah.
Burgers are good.
Yeah, it's all right.
This is South Street.
Yeah, the UCLan Poker Society built themselves an RFID table and started streaming their home games on Twitch and stuff. Amazing. Get a bunch of drunk students just telling everyone that
We've got a couple of guys in here. Well, quite happy to build the table. Just get it on kit together.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to get Aspers to pay for it, I would happily go nuts over the weekend and build on those RFID tables.
No, I think Dan's already offered to build tables for like 6 of them.
Yeah, I would happily go for that.
I did it with Instagram mobile.
Yeah.
So you need you have the software to be able to do some looks. So we found the live stream does it. OBS was
Perfectly timed and it's great. I've used that for and it's good.
And here is, say, the text really is really good, but you always want to use quality laptop. And because we wanted to run, we didn't want to run normal cameras. We limited them on USB. We wanted to actually see
Your seat 2, I'm just keeping your seat 1 for you.
Everybody's got the right. Everyone's got the right stance.
So that's the policy. Yeah, but we've been trying for a while to see what we can do. Still learning.
You don't need all the equipment. You can get a really good quality mic and put out all of the external sound for 150.
I'll say
that's an upgrade.
I put that out 120.
You don't need a lot of equipment.
We're using live stream studios, but we're not streaming to live stream. They try.
I'd recommend getting from Twitch.
The problem is stream that can be pulled by YouTube. Polygon versus
That would be just that. That would impact that.
To be honest, now it's today because the music in here hasn't been on.
just before the break, we had 2 eliminations in the one round, so we're 8-handed here. So in seat 1, we have Nick Madsen on 299,000. In seat 2, we have Mark Robinson on 284,000. Seat 3 is Mac Hadley, 554,000 on the chip leader. Seat 4 is Andy Dodson, 205,000. Seat 5, David Amos, 239,000. Seat 6, Andy Hall, 81,000. Seat 7, Anthony Ashman, 152,000. And seat 8, Ryan Kilby, 429,000. So we've got the button on seat 2, Mark. Blinds are 6, 12 with a running ante of 1,000, and we've got 7 minutes left of this level. So David raises to 26,000 under the gun. It's folded round to the big blind, and David takes the blinds. So CD8 Ryan raised, and David Amos shipped over him all in, and Ryan immediately made the call. Got queens against ace queen. We have an ace on the flop, ace of clubs 9-9. So queens are behind now. 6 is looking like David's going to look. So David's queens get cracked by ace queen with an ace coming on the flop, and Ryan knocks out David in 8th position. So we lose David there in 8th position. David's been up amongst the chip leaders for most of the day. I'll not do a Lee Wiltshire and go over and interview him immediately he gets knocked out. So the button's in seat 4, Andy Dodson. Blinds. We got a dead small blind, so Andy holds big blind of 12,000. Seat 1, Nick makes it 32,000. Folded to the button, and he folds, so let's see. And Andy folds. So Nick takes the blinds. And we got a dead button now, where David was sitting. Blind still 6-12 and 1,000 Andy. with folds round all the way to the big blind. He gets a walk.
Jack 10.
It's Anthony Ashman in seat 7.
You recognise me, though, don't you?
I honestly didn't recognise you before, you know, when you walked up.
Still cook?
Yeah.
Good job you weren't calling me a cook or something like that. Who's that fucking dickhead with the glasses on?
Oh, his nose trying that.
Andy, please, guys, 1,000 each. Andy, please,
And just beside me here watching the final table, I've got Maggie Hall, the wife of Andy Hall, and she just had dinner with him there for 45 minutes. Did he talk about his play, Max, or was he just too busy eating?
He was too busy eating.
Oh, what do you have, Max?
Nachos.
Nachos. Did he pay?
He gave me the money, but he shot back here, so.
Oh,
but he
well.
paid for it.
He paid. Oh, okay. Is he talking about how he's feeling?
He's doing well. Feeling good.
Doing well. Does he meet your expectations, Maggie?
Yes.
Oh, what about his poker skills?
Exceed them.
Oh, right. Okay, very good. Well, good luck to Andy. Okay, the button's on Andy now. Blind still 6-12. There's a raise from seat 2, Mark Robinson. It's folded round, and again we don't see a flop. So we got a minute left at this level, still 6-12 and 1,000 ante, 7-handed. The average stack 317,000. So the button's on seat 7, Anthony Ashman. So it folds round to the button, immediately announces all in, small blind folds, round to seat 1, the big blind. And he's thinking and asking for a count.
That is 20, 70, 90 there. 90 plus 56.
Looks to be for about another 56,000, but he folds. And the button just goes over an ace. Okay, I'm going to hand it back to Lucy now, who's finished her dinner. Thanks, Lucy.
Very welcome, thanks. So we've just changed blind level. We're now at 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 running ante for the next 45 minutes. First to act. Is Mac Headley, and he raises to 50,000. Folds very quickly round to the button, which is Ryan Kilby, who thinks for a moment and folds. Small blind folds quickly, and the big blind folds and pick that down.
Mate, would you calls before? Yeah, it's brilliant. Decent. But 50-50 at best. I hate you've only got 2 outs. Or depending on the fly. Did you have 2? No, I probably did. I think I had a 2 every other.
Yeah, I'll think it.
I did 5 of these.
Andy Dobson counting out chips. He is first to act. And he will raise to 36,000. folded round to Mark Robinson small blind who folds. We're on to Mac Headley in the big blind, who has, I think, unfolds. So Andy will take that down. I unplugged it. So it's folded all the way around to the small blind, and Mac Headley in the small blind raises to 38,000, and he folds, and Mac will take that down. Got Dave Amos here saying that it's not bad for an 11 quid satellite, which, to be fair, not a bad ROI. Well done. Well done. So we have Andy Dodson in the small blind and Andy Hall in the big blind. Anthony and Ryan both fold. Nick says no. Mark says no. Mark Headley on the button. Having a little think. He folds. Andy Dodson in the small blind.
No, she's got behind. 30 behind and then 16 in, so 46.
Having a bit of a discussion about how much Andy Hall has. He is raised to put Andy Hall all in. He's made the decision. And we have an all-in and a call. And Andy Dodson shows 7-9, and Andy Hall has ace-5. And we will see. Just waiting for people to catch up, and we will have a flop. So Andy looking to avoid a 7 or a 9. 3, 4, 5 on the flop. Opportunities. No diamonds for anybody. Jack of diamonds doesn't really, and the Jack of hearts means that Andy will double up. Well done to him. And his better half is on the rail, giving him some support. He's just picturing the shoes and the handbags and the nice haircuts, and yeah. So Andy Hall in the small blind now, with Anthony Ashman in the big blind. Nice pot for Andy there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So don't give moment like this. That's just 52,000. There's too much there. 5 whites and 2 hours. 52,000.
And there has been a raise from Mark Robinson in mid position to 52,000. Button and small blind fold, and Ryan in the big blind calls, and announces that he's going to check the flop. So the decision will go straight back round to Mark. King of hearts, 2 of clubs, 4 of hearts. Mark moves all in. Ryan looks over. It's quite a big push from Mark. Ryan doing some thinking, and eventually he folds. Mark shows the king of clubs and the ace of clubs to go with it. Top pair, top kicker. And we're off again. Ryan in the small blind and Nicholas in the big blind. Mark the gun folds, as does Mac. Alan says no. Round to on the button, who is counting out chips for a raise by the look of it. 44,000. Small blind. And Ryan folds quickly. Nick in the big blind having a think. And he folds. And Anthony will take that down. Just to give you an idea, that's 38,000 in the pot before we even start with the small blind, big blind and the antes. So now we have Nick in the small blind and Mark in the big blind. Andy Hall announces all in. Button folds, small blind folds, big blind folds, and Andy takes that pot. Button now on Nick. Mark in the small blind. Mac will be in the big blind.
Big blind in Andy, please. 2,000 for your Andy and 16,000 for your big blind. Yep, and then 16,000 for your big blind. Pass. So raise to 63,000. 63,000. Pass.
Anthony raises that and gets quick folds from everybody.
Small blind in Andy, please.
So we have Mac in the small blind and Andy Dodson in the big blind. Andy Hall counting out a raise.
42,000.
He has raised to 42,000, I think. Folded round to the button. Mac in the small blind, thinking. Folds. And the big blind lets it go straight away. And Andy will take that down. Nice little pots to be won. Just to note, the Omaha is down to 500 and Tom Clark is still in. Looking like he's doing okay. Try and keep an eye on how he does and where he finishes. No. Sorry, I was laughing there because Ian's obviously on the phone to somebody and is waving at the camera to say hello to them at home. It just made me chuckle. And there's been a raise from Ryan in fairly early position, folded round to the big blind of Andy Hall, who looks remiss to have to throw them away, but they do go into the muck. And Ryan will take that down.
62. Andy's, please.
Couple. Hello.
2,000 feet, small line, please.
Ah.
Give it rocket one. Pass. Raise 50,000.
And there's been a raise from Nick in mid position, folded round to the button. Andy Hall in the small blind. Looks again, they're still as bad. Throws them away. Anthony to make a decision, and he says no as well. So Nick will take that one.
860.
Button is with Andy. Anthony in the small blind, Ryan in the big blind.
hands, please.
Hello.
Hello. Is that your input for the day?
That's my input.
Just
for
hello.
The, yes, that's it. I've left Tom pushing buttons. He looked quite good with it. So.
And sorry, I was a bit distracted there by Lee. But Anthony takes that pot down. Move round.
Just playing with the mic volume a little bit. Tom says I'm a little bit low. He's now giving me a thumbs up. I don't know if that's good because that means apparently he can now hear me.
I was just about to say, I turned it down on purpose. I can't believe you've turned it back up. Who wants to hear that?
He's now trying to work out whether he can hear us both at a similar sort of volume.
If we both keep talking, he'll hear it at once and we can really creep him out.
Tom Brady.
Tom. If you could see what we could see, you'd be laughing as well. Pointing to his sunroof, yeah.
So we've left Tom in charge in the control centre.
Apologies for what that leaves.
Yeah, a couple of laptops, and to be honest, he's got to push a button.
We've got a flat call, by the way, just to note. There's been a flat and another flat call on the.
You've seen the Simpsons episode though, where Homer has to just has one button to push.
Yeah.
So he sets the little birds just pecking. Yeah. I've just got this feeling Tom will eventually realise he can just do that.
Yeah. I feel that's. Oh, we'll go over at some point, and there'll be no picture of us. It'll just be like a football match, I think. Like random. There's been a raise. There's been 2 flat calls, under the gun flat calls, and the button flat call. But there's been a raise from Ryan in the small blind, and they both fold. So Ryan will take that fairly sizable pot.
He's really come on. He was on the feature table earlier on, and,
right?
And was kind of, it was steady, and all of a sudden it felt like he moved to the gears. I don't know if that's because he got some chips.
Maybe that often makes a difference, doesn't it?
Or quite why, but he really does has seemed to come in, and he's stacking up nice amount of chips there now.
Yeah.
Are they all white? They can't all be white.
The front ones, the front 2 piles of. They are. So I think that's about 220,000 in just.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, he has adapted well to having and not having chips. I think is probably the main thing.
Exactly. Well, we're 7-handed. There's 2.2 million chips in play. So average stack now is just over 300,000.
I feel like they're not too unevenly stacked. I mean, we've got a couple that are slightly short, but the rest seem to be dispersed quite evenly. Andy Hall
is at his double up.
Yeah, but he's still quite short, though, I think.
Oh, no, he's quite really. Maggie's the short one.
I'm going to tell her you said that.
It's easy to confuse. I mean, yes.
What, Maggie and Andy? I'm also going to tell her you said that.
Really?
Yeah.
Right,
so this might be Lee's last appearance.
Yeah. First and last.
So we've had a raise from, it looks like, Ryan on the button, and a call from the big blind. And the flop is the 5 of clubs, 3 of diamonds, 5 of diamonds, and both check quickly. Got 7 of diamonds on the turn.
So you know that thing I said about Tom's only got one job.
Yeah, doing it very well.
Yeah.
So is that the 2 of spades on the river or 2 of clubs? Did he not switch the cameras there? No, or did he turn the sound off? Magic?
We've seen a flop.
King 8 takes it down with King high. It's a good job we're commentating the flop for the viewers at home, isn't it? If we're not going to take advantage of the camera that we have specially directed.
He's got one button to push.
And we're in his ears, so he knows what's happening.
We are in Tom Brady's head.
Literally in his head.
Honestly, we could describe what's in it. Hang on. What was that, David? What did you say?
Got one job to do.
One job to do. That's quite right.
So I mean, Lee, there's only you that's been successful at that job so far, isn't there? Yeah.
I can't comment on that really. Get myself into a lot of trouble. To be fair, I've had months and months of training.
Yeah,
no, not really. Not
I
at
don't
all.
know that that'd make a difference
no.
for these guys anyway, to be
Not
honest.
at all, really.
I've been trying to teach him how to use his iPad for a while now.
It's not good. So hopefully you're all enjoying the stream at home and cheering on whoever it is you want to take this down. The APAT UK Amateur Poker Championship. What's the top prize, man? I can't see around the corner.
3,050 plus the seat to the World Championships of Amateur Poker.
What else do they get?
Plus a gold APAT medal.
A gold APAT medal.
Gold APAT medal.
I bet that
which
would
is
look
worth
good.
more of it.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
But yes, that's. I mean, £3,000 is a nice.
Another raise from Ryan gets. He seems to have been the busiest at this.
Yeah,
table.
I think he's probably feeling the most comfortable at this point, by the looks of it, anyway. But then, I mean, without being able to see the hands, we could just be looking at standard poker. He could just be
difficult to know, but he's certainly played. Although there's a few around here that that have played final tables. And should be quite
Andy Hall did
Andy
a final
Hall.
table in the IPO,
He
came
certainly
second.
did.
That's a big tournament.
Mark is a very accomplished tournament player.
Yep. Yep.
So Mark's on the button this time round. So it's going to be Andy Hall to act first.
He's reaching for raising chips. We could see some action from Andy. He makes it
42?
42, I think, yeah.
42,000.
46, that's a yellow
46,
one.
there's a yellow in there. Very
not an
difficult to
orange.
distinguish the yellow and the
from
the
this
white.
far away it is. That's 46,000. Well, we are 8 and 16, so that's a raise of 30,000 on top. Anthony in the
gets
thinking.
Ryan. Do we find out Anthony or Tony? Do we find out?
Anthony, I believe.
Anthony
I believe
is
we asked,
acceptable.
and Anthony
We
was
are,
the.
Anthony is acceptable.
Yeah, I mean Tom's telling us it's okay to call him Anthony, so.
I've been calling him Anthony all the way through, so I thought it felt possibly formal, but I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, but I mean a couple of the Andrews want it to be Andy, so you can see both ways.
So Andy takes that one down.
Yes.
Uncontested raise.
Uncontested.
So the Omaha side event is down to 5 from the 20 odd that started. I can see Tom Clark over there in the final 5.
Yeah,
Anybody
we said we were
else?
going to try and keep an eye on where he finished and what have you, seeing as how he's.
I've no idea. 'Cause I
believe.
think they're playing with different coloured chips over there, so I'm not quite sure.
Yes,
whether,
they are. They are. I don't think counting from this far away is going to work. Might be worth popping over. And
Tom's got the chips. Yeah.
he has got chips left.
Chips,
yeah, that'll
There we
do.
go.
Yeah.
And that's the end of our Pop Limit Omaha update.
Very analytical.
Did you hear something then?
Not all. Not all. I think that's Tom's best understanding of poker, though. Done.
Absolutely. So we've
got
got
a
an
raise.
undergun raise from Anthony.
Takes it down.
Gets that one through. This seems to be the way this is going.
Yes, I think we've seen 3 flops so far.
Which is a good job, really, considering who's supposed to be pushing the button.
I know, right? Oh, so the viewers at home have seen no flops so far. Fabulous. Right, okay. It was worth getting that camera tripod for the flop
absolutely,
cam.
yeah.
Well worth it.
No idea how long it took us to put that together.
Love it when a plan comes together, yeah?
Absolutely.
There's 52,000.
Just having a little look at the prize structure there, and the guaranteed payout for next place is, I've just looked at it now, can't remember what I said. No, that's it.
440.
440, that's it. £440
so
for 7th place. So all of the players remaining, guaranteed that £440. Big prize jumps after that though.
And then it goes 585, then 750 for 5th, then 1,050 for 4th.
Yep.
Top 3 gets
1,370 and a bronze APAT medal. £2,000 and a silver APAT medal. The screen changed as I was in the middle of reading the prize payouts there, so you just have to bear with me. And the top first place will get £3,050, and as we mentioned, the ticket and the
and here we go with
medal.
three-way all in.
Oh, and three-way all in, trying to decide.
So Andrew with the initial shove with King 10 of spades has got called by Anthony in the small blind with Ace King of clubs, and Ryan in the big blind is pocket queens. So we're three-way to a flop.
And the flop is King of hearts, 10 of hearts, 2 of hearts. Ryan has
the kings are ahead, but Ryan has the queen of hearts.
2 pair for King 10. So he needs a heart or a queen or an ace. We'll take it. King 10 takes. Oh, well, King 10 wins. So Ryan has got the most chips, and Anthony will be second in chips. Just getting a count. 104 for Andy. So he will triple up. And we will find out. So Anthony will pay the 104 to Andy first. So the dealer's just counting that out because he won overall. And then whatever Anthony has left, he will have paid to him by Ryan, who has already paid, obviously. Andy, who won the pot with 2 pair.
Well, sorry boys. At least I shook my hand. Yeah.
So that's a nice triple up for Andy Dodson. He looks fairly happy about that. Understandably so. Although the dealer has just stacked up all his chips really nicely and then pushed them to him in a pile. So now we're just finding out how much Anthony is owed from Ryan. Ryan taking the biggest hit there.
That's an absolute huge hand, isn't it,
Huge
really?
hand, yeah. Andy now on about 320, 330,000.
That's it, you'd say massive swing in it.
Anthony's he had about 90 over, so he'll have 90 off Ryan, so that'll leave him with about 180, and Ryan took a dent of 180 to his stats,
yeah,
so the chip movement there was quite...
Gives the dealer a pat on the back, says thanks very much for
I know, right? What a guy. What a guy.
And I think he's only doing that because there's another dealer behind and they're about to change the dealer.
Well, I was just about to say, I think they're only changing the dealer just in case there was uproar, like, get him out! So we'll see if new dealer can swing that round. Ryan's still sat with a fairly healthy stack. I don't suppose he will panic just yet.
Absolutely.
Ryan, do you have a rough count on what you've got left, sweet? Left. He says he's got less than he had the before. Is that accurate enough? Yeah, it was a painful day. About 400 still. He's still on about 400,000.
So Lucy's just checking with Ryan how many chips he's got, and the comment back was less than I had the hand before.
Been on?
Ooh.
I'm just your chip to put there, and I have matched the amount of chips that you have. I'm still that's a double up. Check.
So we've seen a flop of ace of clubs, eight of clubs, ace of spades, queen of clubs, 10 of clubs on the river and turn, and it is Ryan versus Nicholas, and Nicholas will take it down with king high. That was a small blind, big blind fight and a half.
Scrap.
It was painful. It was brutal. The amount of checking.
There's been a lot of that though. So again, each table earlier on, the amount of times it would fold round to the blinds. It's been very passive.
It has been fairly passive, but we've had a couple of three-way all-ins.
Yeah, I mean the average stack now is up to about 20 big blinds, but earlier on it was as low as 16 or 17 at one point.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Either.
Like you just said. So I did. So Lee is taking a break now, and so I'm joined by David Amos, or Poker Pops, as most people know him.
So I'm going to do this with Lucy, or Sweetheart, as I know her.
Yeah, it should be noted that is my dad, so that's probably why he calls me Sweetheart.
Just in case those of you that some of you didn't know that.
Yeah.
I have to say it's been a very good competition.
Have you enjoyed it?
Very much so.
Good. First one for a while?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. First APAT event for quite a while.
Yeah.
And got here from my first ever APAT satellite.
Oh, well done. And what was that, £11?
£11, yeah.
And then quick travel down up to Newcastle. So we've got a raise from Andy Dodson to 10, 20, 30, 45,000. Andy Hall, 45,000. Andy Hall having a think and re-raising all in. Anthony has a little sigh and folds. Ryan quickly folds and shakes his head. Mark in the small blind now. Can you see from here roughly what Andy's stack is, Pops?
60 or 70-ish.
Okay, so not a lot more than the original raise. With small blind and big blind have both folded, and we're on to Andy Dodson, who was the original raiser. Dealer's just counting out exactly how much it would be and then how much more. Andy Hall looking slightly in pain. I wonder where Maggie's gone.
132 and a call.
132 all in and a call, so we'll get a flop. And we have
Andy Hall's aces.
Andy Hall with the ace of spades.
Andy with nines.
The ace of hearts. So hearts are no good to either. 10 of hearts, 2 of diamonds, queen of hearts. But like we said, hearts won't change anything. 7 of spades on the turn. And the 8 of spades on the river means that Andy Hall will get the double up.
I've been sat next to Andy for quite a lot of yesterday and today.
Yeah.
And lovely guy.
Lovely guy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we weren't talking about you, Andy. There was a different Andy. Excellent poker player as well, pair of them. Him and the missus, who appears to have either got distracted or it's just 2 tenths for her.
Yeah, Maggie was here.
Yeah.
And missed
Andy,
the
where's
double.
she at half?
She's just coming back.
Oh, she missed it. I'm sure we will fill her in, won't we? We'll get her informed. Maybe she was watching the live stream downstairs.
She may have been.
Were you watching the live stream from downstairs, Maggie? Are you that dedicated? No. No, she said. Maggie's suggesting that maybe she leaves the table more often if that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's like going to the loo while the football match is on in the thought that they always score when I'm not in the room.
Absolutely, absolutely. I
Works for lots of
appreciate that.
people.
Yeah, I think it works on the same scale as lucky underwear and stuff, though. So we've had a raise from Anthony in middle position, 65. Small blindfolds, big blindfolds. He takes that down uncontested. Add some more to the stack that was slightly wounded earlier on. There's 7 minutes left at this blind level, and then they'll be going up to 10 and 20,000 with a 2,000 ante, which will make quite a significant difference, especially in terms
Take
of
the average blinds down from around 20 bigs to 16.
Again, yeah, and we were just discussing that earlier and saying the difference it makes.
Yeah, yeah. It's average stacks have been a little lower than it have been.
Okay.
During today, I think the blinds have got quite a lot, and people tend to cling on quite a lot.
They do.
So that the average can be quite small.
Yeah.
But
I think that encourages movement in the game at some point, though. You have to.
Eventually, you have to.
Ryan has raised into the gun +1 quite significantly. And it's round to Andy in the big blind.
120,000.
That does look like 120,000, I think you're right.
He had ace queen when he did that last
Oh,
time.
and Andy pushes all in, and there's a call.
Tens
Ace
against
queen against tens, so it's the other way around this time.
It is.
So
It
Andy
is.
at risk with ace queen, and Ryan ahead at the moment with tens. We're gonna have a flop.
So we've got a flop, which is
Queen, 10,
10
jack.
queen, jack.
Ooh,
That's
all
nasty.
spades. No one has a spade. So
A king.
let's see.
And a king alone.
Oh,
there it is.
and there's the king on the
river,
river, and he gets the
delivers
double
the
up
hand
again.
to ace queen.
And Ryan's not. That's a sour face. That's the face you
it's
pull
a
when you've eaten a
funny-
sour sweet. You know that.
It's a funny game sometimes.
It is
isn't
a funny
it?
game.
It is, and a cruel game.
And 4-outers feel like they happen much more often than the math suggests that they should.
Yeah.
It always feels that way, doesn't it? But I mean, and Maggie was here for that one, so I mean, maybe
Maggie
she can
saw that
stay.
one, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe it's okay for her to stay. So the dealer's just. What was that count? Sorry, straight. 298,000. Wow.
Plus
that was a large pot.
the antes
Plus blinds
and the small blind.
Yes, just a small blind. So that's another
So
22k.
620,000.
About 620,000 for Andy Hall. Yeah.
Through Ryan, yeah.
So Andy now with a much larger
Andy
stack than he started.
Into a very strong position.
I should imagine he would be chip leader at that sort of size stack when we've only got 2.2 million chips in play. For someone to have 600,000 of them,
close to a third of the chips, yeah.
Nearly double average, I imagine. Yeah. Average is now 317,000. So Andy having 600 thousand would put him.
It's never easy to win a hand when you're all in.
Would you like to further that statement? People who hear that and think, well, actually, what does that mean?
Well, Ryan there flops a set.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 spades. Nobody's got.
Yeah. If it had played not all in, it's very different.
Nobody's got a spade.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
So he's in front.
Yeah.
But there's still the potential for it to go the other way.
And if it's not all in at that point, he can put bets in that make Andy think, well, there's 3 spades, there's a straight, and he may win it on flop.
I think Andy can fold the flop there if it doesn't play in that way.
Yeah. So Mac, who has been fairly quiet for the last little while, has raised to 100,000 from a mid position. Andy in the small blind with his new fortune, having a little think about how to spend him. Maggie peering over his shoulder. From an allowed distance, obviously.
Anthony fold.
Anthony and Andy, yeah, small blind, big blind fold, so that raise takes down that pot. So we've got Anthony in the small blind and Ryan in the big blind. It's folded around Andy, who is on the button. He folds. Anthony looking at his cards, picks up some chips and just calls, I believe.
Is that a flat?
I think so. And Ryan has a look. Yep. Just a call. Ryan can't decide whether to let him.
Ryan's probably a little bit suspicious of
check.
that.
Yeah, I imagine so. But just a cheeky one to see a flop for cheap.
Anthony's checked in the dark.
6 of diamonds, 8 of clubs,
behind.
Jack of spades, Jack of clubs. And Anthony says 27,000 and Ryan says, no, you're alright. That was Ryan in incredibly good poker spirits and pressing on with the game rather than taking the hit.
Yeah.
You know, there's very little feel of tilt from him.
It's what we have to do.
It is,
it's
but
what you have to
it's
do.
possibly one of the harder elements of the game is taking the hits with an ability to carry on afterwards. Just looking at the clock and the blind one is very, very shortly. About a minute left. Minute and a half left, and we'll be at 10 and 20, and that will make a big difference, I think.
When the average stack will be 16 big blinds.
Which will make a difference in the play because
and then we'll see if people are still making opening raises of 6+ big blinds.
Which is a fairly... so we've got a flat call from Mac under the gun +1, and Andy next to him says all in.
Andy Dobson's got all of his chips across the line.
Yep. We're on to Ryan, who's thinking, and he's probably thinking every time this has been done, it doesn't end well for me.
About 150-ish.
I think so.
Maybe a bit more.
But so far, we're just on Ryan in the small blind making a decision. He says
Ryan's
no.
Not interested.
Big blind. Also all in.
And,
he re-announced all in. I think he's got slightly more. And the original caller, Mac, gets out the
Robinson's
way.
got all of his in.
So Nicholas says has 9s.
Ace Jack
and
against 9s.
Mark has Ace Jack of diamonds.
2 red 9s, Ace Jack of diamonds.
Ready for a flop? Flop says King, King, Deuce, 2 clubs, no flushing for anybody. Queen
That's an
of
interesting
diamonds.
card. Queen of diamonds isn't good news for pocket 9s.
And the Jack on the river means that the Ace Jack takes it on the river. So we're now going to count up Mark's chips and see what damage is done to Nicholas's stack. So that's 120. 164,000 is the damage done. So let's see. Leaves Nicholas fairly short, but still in.
And that brings...
And if David Stone's taught us anything earlier, it's that all you need is your small blind and an ante. And you can make it all the way. Almost all the way. Almost all the way. Further than I'm sure anyone would back you to get.
Of course, Andy Sims was down to...
Of course.
All in
Absolutely,
as well,
and he made it
and survived for quite a while.
Yeah. So the blinds have now gone up, and we are at 10 and 20,000, which is not
10,000,
really good news.
20,000.
It's 2,000
ante.
ante still, yeah. So let's have a look.
So 700.
Nicholas, roughly how much do you have?
44,000 chips in the pot.
About 80-ish. So Nicholas starts still with 80-ish, still a stack to... So how much was in the pot to begin with, sorry, Pops?
44,000 chips in the pot
So
to
it's
start.
44,000 before you even worry about seeing flops and stuff. Quick fold from Mac and Andy Dodson. Anthony folds out of turn. Ryan trying to get a ruling
There's
on
a
the...
little banter going on at the far end of the table with that.
Ryan says that Anthony should get an orbit ban for that. But Andy says he just wants to raise, so that's okay. To 80,000. Nick says not this time from the small blind, which means he's got an orbit of blindlessness, which is good. He'll have a full round
but
now.
2,000.
Antes, absolutely, but if you're going to be crippled, it might as well be when you're on the small blind, you know? And Mark in the big blind is counting out chips. Look like calling chips. Yep. Mark makes a call.
So 2 to the flop.
We're on the flop. And the flop
The
is
best part
9
of 2 with
hearts,
1,000
9
chips in the middle.
diamonds, 5 of hearts. All in from Mark. And it's on Andy, who calls. So we see.
Is that all in a call?
Yeah, that's an all in a call. So we've got
All in
jacks,
a call. We've got jacks.
jack of diamonds, jack of clubs, 6, 7
6,
of hearts.
7 for a
flush draw, straight draw.
Gut shot straight with the 8.
Oh, sorry. 6 of diamonds, so it's now a 6, a 7, a diamond, a heart, an 8. Straight gets there. 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yes, he gets there with the gut shot straight draw.
Takes the pot down. That's unlucky for Andy. It's a shame, but it's nice to see.
Again, once you've called pre-flop with 6, 7 of hearts, there's not really a flop.
It's not a bad flop, is it? 2 hearts and you're inside straight draw. No, not if you're gonna go for it.
At that point, I think you've got to get him in. I think
But I think the call from Andy is perfectly acceptable. I don't think there's anything else he can do. He's ahead at that point and he's right. He's just unlucky that the 8 gets there. Very nice play there from.
Theoretically, Mark doesn't have a lot of 9s in his hand.
No, he doesn't.
Pre-flop.
Exactly.
He did have 5, 7 of hearts.
6, 7.
Having 6, 7 of hearts, having called pre-flop. So
that does seem like a strange. I would have expected a stand or a fold at that point. Like I wouldn't have expected a flat call. But then that's just me. That's just me. That's speculation and opinion.
It's late on in a tournament, and
so Mark is now in the small blind with Mac in the big blind. Andy's still looking pretty healthy. It's all right.
we just had.
Won't they be out of camera just there? So Anthony announces all in, and Ryan instantly recoiled from the table and didn't want to have to make that sort of decision by the looks of it with the hand that he has.
For those of you that are watching, I've just been.
You can't see on the camera anyway, and I will hit you hard enough for them to hear if you'd like me to, Father. Ryan looks in great amounts of pain, doesn't he? He's counting out chips. I think Anthony might have been enjoying a little bit. They seem to have been having some banter
for
and
somewhere around 200,000 chips, I think.
Yeah, decent.
Well, it's
Anthony's
it's 10 big blinds.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, so you've got to do something. For those who didn't see that, Anthony just spilled a load of water down himself, which has created some like the tension of the decision that Ryan has to make.
His range to get it all in.
Here, you mean Anthony?
Fairly wide here.
Yeah, well, Anthony means so Ryan should be thinking about possibly calling more often than he would in other situations. But he's folded. He's made the fold, and it's folded round to small blind with Mark, and Mac is now the last one to be considered, and he says no as well, and he shows 10 jack. He showed 10 jack offsuit, which is, like you say,
I think is a
viable
great
hand.
shot from that position.
Absolutely.
And I think
could have gone either way.
I think he can be indifferent as to whether he's called or not.
Absolutely, because you can do so much with that hand when and if you're getting called, you're probably getting called by different cards to jack 10 anyway. There's a lot to it.
I have to say the dealers have been really good.
Excellent.
Over the 2 days.
I'm glad to hear that. It's nice, and it always makes a difference when the dealers are effective and friendly.
They've been good. They've been friendly. They've enjoyed a bit of crack with some of the players.
Good.
Obviously, they know quite a few of the players anyway.
Absolutely, and that always helps. So we've had, and it's been
all in
uncontested. So Ryan takes down the 44,000 in the middle. Not to be sniffed at. Oh, his chips are about to fall over though, and that's going to upset everybody. If Stuart were here, he'd be having kittens. Tidy stack. So we now have Andy and Andy in the blinds. Andy Dodson and Andy Hall. Small and big respective. Anthony says no, thank you. Ryan's having a think.
Blinds are approaching.
Ryan full stop. Ah, yes. He's got 3 hands left before folded to the small blind of Andy Dodson.
How many does Nick have left?
Nick has around about 70, I imagine. 70-ish. Having paid a couple of antes and what have you. So we're on the flop. It's been checked to the flop, called by the small blind, checked in the big blind. 8 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, ace of diamonds. Check to the flop. Queen of spades. Andy peeks back at his cards. And checks. Andy Hall checks. Queen of diamonds. 4 diamonds, 2 queens and an ace. Andy Dodson in the small blind, reaching for chips. 26,000. Andy counting out calling chips. Has a peek back at his cards as well. And makes the call. Mark shows King 10 diamonds for 10 high flush.
For 10 of diamonds, yeah.
And Andy Hall folds. He mucks. He didn't fold, he mucked. Yeah. Much smaller pot, but still chips moving around.
Well, pot's are sweet. He got paid off with his value bet on the river.
He did. He did, and you don't get greedy, and that's the way. So we've got Andy Hall and Anthony Asher in the big in the blinds, which means that Nicholas has got 2 hands left now.
Now Nicholas is making player all in.
And Nicholas says he's not going to wait till then, he's going to do it now. Oh, sorry, Nicholas is his naughty name apparently. Well, he hasn't been naughty, so.
And he's been a very naughty boy.
Nick has shoved his.
And somebody's asking for Andy Dobson's.
64,000 is the answer. Andy having a little think now, looking behind him as well, because obviously he's got Andy Hall to get through, and Anthony
to get through as well.
So if he makes, yeah, it's what we saw earlier, someone calling and then there being a re-raise. Okay, so we've got 1 flat call from Andy Dodson, and Anthony's now doing some maths, I imagine. Because obviously it's 44 more for him to call, but the pot.
28, 148, 160, 180 something thousand in the pot
already.
At the moment. So another 40 in to win 220. So it's.
But he's folded. He's taken the safe option, and we'll be on the backs. Pocket threes
we've got pocket
for
threes
Andy Dodson.
And ace 8.
And the ace 8 is for Nick Madsen.
Let's see. I think Nick will be quite happy with that.
Yeah, it's the best you can hope for, really. Jack 10
not
5.
A great flop.
No help for Nick.
Got some runner
4 of
outs,
spades.
Not anymore.
No help for Nick.
Just the ace or the 8.
King of diamond, and Nick does not improve, and we lose Nick from the tournament. In 7th place for the 40. Congratulations.
Well done, fella. Yes. So now we're down to 6.
Yep.
Next
So
one out gets £585.
not bad at all.
Uh,
And then the jumps start to get quite big after that.
It's gone off the screen at the moment. I think 750.
750 for the next one, definitely.
Yeah. And then heads up for £1,050.
A difference, yeah, exactly. Because we go from 750 to 1,050, so that's a £300 jump between 5th and 4th. Is that? Or 6th? Yeah, 5th and 4th.
Yeah.
So it gets laddering becomes more appealing at that point, doesn't it? In some ways. So we've got Anthony and Ryan in the small and big blind, and these two do seem to have a little bit of experience of playing with each other. And Anthony says how much you got left, and feels like we might see
the
some.
banter begins.
Yeah, feels like we might some needling and
So
he's flat called.
Anthony's going to limp
after
the
all
small
the,
and they're going to see a flop again.
So the flop is 5 of spades, 3 of spades, king of clubs, and Anthony says 21, I think, and Ryan folds. Anthony shows 2-3. And was probably ahead at that point.
He was winning.
And that's okay.
Well, as Anthony Esfandiari insisted on finding us during the World Series commentaries, it's really hard to make a pair in Hold'em.
It is really hard to make a pair in Hold'em. That is a true story, apparently. And yet they do it all the time. All the time.
Somebody does it. Most hands.
Most hands, yeah. Someone does something with connecting to the flop in there, doesn't it? So we've got Ryan and Mark in the small and big blinds. Mark and Andy both fold. Andy Hall to make the decision. Anthony says no, folded to the blinds. Ryan smooth call from the split ball blind.
Blind on blind action again.
Mark says not likely. 6. Ryan had already folded before the bet went in, and we didn't get to see that bet at all.
That, Mark just needed to look at his chips.
Yeah. Ryan wanted a freebie if he could get away with a cheapie. So we've now got Mac in the small blind, 10,000, and Mac in the big blind of 20,000. Decision on Andy Dodson, who's reaching for chips, and says 46,000 for this one. Ryan says he who dares and moves all in. Fold from the small blind.
Because 46,000. If he gets the hand through, he picks up 44,000 for it, and he can still make a decision on the.
Yeah, because this now is going to be for enough more, like you say, that he can say, actually, I tried, it didn't, yeah. It leaves him manoeuvrability. Oh. Ace 10 of diamonds for Ryan, ace king off for Andy Dodson. So we are off to the flop. There's the 10.
There's the 10.
10, 9, 6. 4, so he just needs to the king on the river again, and the 6 of spades.
Ace 10's good.
So ace 10 will double up. Ryan having a bit of his inverse luck, because he's had a couple of hands where he's gone in as the ace queen guy and finished in the second position, but swings and roundabouts, eh?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So let's see if we can find out how much Ryan had.
These confrontations.
Oh, he had exactly 200,000.
These confrontations are going to happen.
Absolutely. Someone's got to win and someone's got to lose, unless you get a chop pot, obviously.
Yeah.
And everybody loves a chop pot.
Statistically, you're going to lose something.
See, to quote someone that a lot of you might know, Mr. Joe Smith, he says that at that point in any hand, you're always 50-50. You will either win or you will lose.
Yeah.
So I feel like, yeah. Doesn't matter what you
never gets a chop pot.
No, Joe doesn't do chop pots. Joe don't share chips.
No, I think that's fries that Joe doesn't share.
Oh, brave. Coming from a A man who enjoys his own fries. But Ryan doubling up to around about 450 there, so putting him right back in it. And the way these chips are swinging, because Andy lost around about 200 not very long ago, so there's not going to be a lot in it
Average
anymore.
around 320.
Yeah, the average hasn't been updated yet for us, so we'll have to go and
It'll be a little bit more than that one. At 2.2
see if we can do
million,
something
so it's
about
360.
So the average, yeah, because we lost a player since that's been updated, so another half an hour on this blind level, and then there'll be a small break the level after that, so in approximately an hour and 15. We're getting small blind raised, so big blind folded, and the button limped and then called.
And then small blind raised.
Yeah, so we've got 2 to the flop, we've got 6 of diamonds, 6 of hearts, 8 of hearts, so the decision will be with
Mac.
Max is all in for probably about 200, and
we got a fold.
Yep. Max is no.
It's not. It's heavy. It's the.
So we have the button on seat 4, Andy Dodson. Still in level 21, 10, 20,000 with a 2,000 Andy, and the average stack's 317,000. It folds to Mark, seat 2, who makes it 70,000. Followed by a fold round to Andy Hall. Andy in seat 6. Andy's looking like he's going to fold. And he does. Onto the big blind fold. So Mark takes it uncontested, hits the blinds. So the button moves to seat 6 on Hall. We got blind on blind. We're going to see a flop. Jack of spades, 8 of diamonds, 7 of spades. Small blind checks. The big blind immediately announces all in. So Anthony at seat 7 checked, and Ryan immediately knocked all in. And he's going to open fold ace queen on a 7-8 jack board.
would have showed me too.
So the button seat 7, Anthony. 10, 20k blinds. Mac seat 3 makes it 60,000. It's folded around the small blind. Back to the big blind. Seat 2. Once Mark. And he folds. So Mac takes the pot uncontested, and with blinds and andes, it's 42,000 he adds to his stack. So it's folded around to a small blind. It's Mark in seat 2, Mac in seat 3, 20,000 in the big blind. Just thinking about it. I'm not sure what happened there, but Mac folds the big blind position. No raise haven't been made. I think a lack of concentration. Yeah. So the button with Mark Robinson in seat 2. Seat 7, Anthony Ashman pushes all in. It's called with a small blind. Mac Headley. So Mac throws King of Diamonds, King of Hearts. In seat 3. And seat 7, Anthony Ashman, King of Clubs, 10 of Hearts. And Anthony's at risk with his King 10 up against King. And we have a King on the flop. 5 of Spades, King of Spades, 2 of Club. They give Mac trip Kings and the 6 of Hearts. And the Ace of Diamonds completes it. And we lose Anthony Ashman. So Mac increases his stack there by roughly about 150,000. So we're now 5-handed. To seat 4, Andy Dodson in the small blind. It's folded round to him and he announces all in. The action's with Andy Hall in the big blind. He looks like he's going to fold, and he folds, yeah. So Andy Dodson takes an uncontested pot, another 42 grand.
I wanted a call. Ace queen, mate. I'm supposed to do, you know what I mean? I think you called me a bit late as well there. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I shot. And I nearly snapped. Yeah.
So the button on seat 4, Andy Dodson. Blind still 10-20. Seat 2, Mark Robinson raises to 75,000. It comes around to Ryan in seat 8. He announces all in, and Mark makes the call. Mark showing ace of clubs, king of diamonds, and Ryan showing ace of diamonds, queen of spades. So Ryan needing a queen, and he gets it on the flop. We see the queen of clubs with a 6-5. So Mark needs a king. We get the 8 of hearts. Mark needs a king on the river. And it's a jack of spades. So Ryan takes the hand. Ace queen beating ace king. How much? 466. Okay, so Ryan pushed her for 466,000. And Mark and seat 2 just have him covered, but that looks like puts Mark down to around just over 100,000.
Yes, and ace king. That's what all when you win like God. So there's no one catch up with all them all go together. Just work it out here and then we'll go over them. You got foodies? What? You got foodies?
Okay, with a button on Ryan in seat 8, I'm going to hand you over to Lucy.
So you've got me again. Hi guys. 13 minutes left at 10 and 20,000. We have Mac in the small blind and Andy Dodson in the big blind. Quick folds from Andy Hall and from Ryan, and Mark says all in. Small blind quickly folds. Andy Dodson in the big blind looks like he's got a decision to make. But eventually reluctantly folds. So Mark will take down that. Like we said, that's 44,000 that he wins there for an uncontested pot. And Ryan has got his chip stack up to a much healthier point again by the looks of it. Andy lagging a little bit, I think. Andy and Mark looking like the short stacks. So we've got folds from Ryan and Mark. Mac on the button folds. Andy Dodson in the small blind. Says all in. And Andy says call very quickly. We see ace king of diamonds from Andy Dodson and ace 8 offsuit for Andy Hall. Yeah, so he needs a 8 or lots of spades and hearts. Let's have a look. King of hearts, 6 of hearts, 5 of diamonds. Andy Hearts. Andy Hall drawing dead as we see the 10 of diamonds and the queen of diamonds. And we lose Andy Hall in 5th place. And he will take £750. Oh, and actually, yes, when we look at the cards, he got the flush rather than just the king. But Andy Hall taking that down with a nut flush. He won either way, it's fine. He won. Yeah. We saw a king, and that was... Yeah. Congratulations to Andy, who, takes that 750. And Maggie will be happy with that as well. Just go and have a little word with him, see if he'll ever talk to us about how his day's been, even though it's not the best time to catch people when they've literally just exited. But no, this is live on channel YouTube. Please do not swear.
Huh?
So how did you find that then? How have you found the whole thing?
It's been a fantastic experience again. I've really enjoyed it. It's from running so bad at start to doing really well at the end, and I can't remember losing many races, which is what you got to do.
That's a nice feeling.
I lost one really big race, but all the others held up.
And very respectable finish, especially if you say that you're running. You did say yesterday that you were running quite horrendously.
Horrendous. I lost like 2/3 of my stack in first 2 blind levels. Didn't win a hand for first 4 blind levels.
Wow. So to make it this far, that's a lot of patience and a lot of grinding.
Then I had to put a massive bluff out, but I don't think he's here now, so he can't.
Well, well done.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Are you going to have fun spending that, Maggie? She says yes. She says yes.
That's some daiquiris, isn't that?
Oh,
that's a hell of a lot of daiquiris.
Excellent. Oh, well, worth coming down then.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Up.
Yeah, because it's winnings from week before, so we spent his winnings from week before.
Excellent.
So we might have to spend his winnings from this week and do something else.
Who knows? There's any poker you can spend it on for the next little while. I'm sure there are, but not for
there must be
anyway.
Somewhere. Must be in Caribbean or something like
that.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah.
That sounds good, doesn't it, Mag?
Yeah. So
we'll go to Caribbean and find some poker.
But I really enjoyed it. It's a very well run tournament.
Yeah, and people have been saying, I mean, I don't know how you found it with the atmosphere and the players and the feeling of the place.
I mean, I don't want to slag the APAT normal people out, but it's nice to play against a bunch of new people because you come in and there's a lot of APAT players and they know how each other play. Although you did get the locals know how each other play, so you had to go through that. But it's nice to come and not be that many APAT players. That's as it sounds.
I know exactly what you're saying.
To come to an APAT event and see no APAT players, it's quite good.
It's refreshing. Well, it also means that with a field of 149 and only a handful of regulars, that means that we drew in a large amount of people that aren't affiliated with us already, which is really positive for us.
Which is nice to get I know we did it in Ireland where there are a lot more local players playing. I mean, on the back of the IPO as well. But it's just nice to get a new field to play against. Although I did absolutely rubbish. I claim that one up in Ireland.
Well, we won't talk about that. You did well here and last weekend. Let's focus on those.
Yeah, so I was focused on the positives,
Yeah, and Ireland was a wonderful experience anyway, again, with lovely people.
Especially the back. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
You see, last weekend we played a match where they were able to tag each other in. They played as a duo,
Yeah.
and Mag's saying at one point he wanted to tag her in and let her take over.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I was just basically a toilet break person. When she wanted to go to the loo or use a.
Did you only let him sit down for a few minutes while you needed a break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fagging
Don't touch those chips though, Andy. Don't move them.
It was dangerous, but I've enjoyed it. I wish it had been
Good.
Maggie sat here, but there's going to be times she does
that's
it.
very sweet.
Yeah, she deserves it. She plays really well, and she's just.
Well, all the comments so far have been very much positive about you and you both of you as people and players. Yeah. Oh, bear with me a second because we have some action occurring over here. Mark has moved all in. And nope, it got folded pre-flop anyway, so... But anyway, I will...
That's enough, thank you very much.
Are you heading home tonight?
Yes, going on
Safe
now.
journey home, sweetheart. It's lovely to see you both.
I'll be going home. Going home to sleep. See you later. Bye. What do we agree with the last 4 places? What do we agree with the last 4 places? Is it like it's so it's
and it does
1295, 1500, 1800. Oh, for top 3, not the top half. No, so 4th is just like still a grand. So it's
So, stay away from 40,000. Cool. When's the one in
So that is a raise and a call. 2 players to the flop of 10 of spades, king of hearts, 6 of hearts. Mac says all in. Ryan says call. Ryan has aces. And Mac has queen 9 of hearts, which means he has an inside straight draw and a flush draw. So any jack or any heart. And there is the heart. And that means that Mac will double up. And it will take a few minutes to get the count because there are quite a few chips swapping places here. Need to see if Ryan survives or if that takes him out. He's fairly confident he'll still have some chips left. Let's see.
I nearly thought, to be honest. 580. 582.
So Mac had 582, so he's going to count the 582 off Ryan's stack. Ryan just commenting on the fact that he does seem to have been a little bit unlucky this final table, but he has had a couple of hands that were lucky in his favour as well, so I mean... So Mac now probably quite a healthy chip leader. He'll be on around 100,000 if it's 2. Can't just laugh down. I was laughing there because there was a little bit of banter going on and Ryan's moved chairs and I said he doesn't want to move any further because there's a bluffer at the end of the table and he wants to be able to see his face. Mark a little bit offended, but I don't think really. So Mark to act now. And he will fold. Mark on the button folds. Andy in the small blind, Ryan in the big blind. Andy pushes, and a very quick call. Ace 9, Ace diamonds, 9 hearts, and the ace 3 of hearts for Ryan. And we get a 5 of diamonds, hearts, jack of hearts and 4 hearts. That's 2 hearts for Ryan. 8 of diamonds, no help. 1 heart or a 3. And it's the jack of clubs, and Ryan is our 4th place finisher. And that was the medal bubble. Completely overlooked that. But now all players are guaranteed a medal. Next player out will get a bronze medal. And Ryan receives just over £1,000 for that. Third will get 1,370, second 2,000, and first 3,050. And third to first will get bronze, silver, and gold respectively. So we've got a dead small blind, which means it's just one blind, big blind of Mark. And we're going to let the dog see the rabbit. Tom is just propping the medals up at the end of the table as we speak. Players being shown exactly what they could win if they play their cards right, quite literally. Mark says he's already settled out the gold one. He's quite happy with that. Mark gets his big blind back, and he'd got pocket kings. That's very unlucky. The rule being don't look if you get a walk. It's too painful. As Pops is just shouting from the rail, I was taught by Pops. Never look when you get a walk. It can only cause pain and heartache. So Mark now in the small blind and Mac in the big blind. Andy will be effectively on the button, but for this hand it's a dead button. So the table just being told there that there is a 45-minute break scheduled at the end of this level, but we did take that early. So they will get a 5-minute break just to have a little breather and stretch their legs, because they've been playing for quite a while. And whilst we talk about that, Andy Dodson made a raise and everyone folded, so he takes down that pot. So it's on Mark and the button.
What I'd like to do is...
So Mark on the button just calls. Mac in the small blind folds. Alan in the big blind is having a little think. Andy, not Alan. I don't know where that came from. Andy is having a think. I'm just creating new names. Andy is putting a raise. 50,000 on top, so 70,000 total. Mark reaching for chips. No, I'm going to go get towards the clock. So we are to the flop. 2 players to the flop. 7 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 5 of spades. Mark made the call pre-flop there. And it's now on Andy. Reaching for chips. Bet 60,000. Mark checking his cards. Having a think. Mark re-raises all in. And Andy quickly calls and shows jacks. Mark just finishing moving his chips across the line. Shows king 5 with trip 5s with a king. 2 of clubs. Andy needs a jack. And it is the queen of diamonds, so Mark will get the double up. We're just going to get a count of exactly how much that is. 180,000 on top of the 70,000 he put in pre-flop, so take him up to about 500,000 chips. Andy asking how he managed to flop that good there. Not a bad position to be in with King 5. So the players are going to take a 6-minute break to just have a stretch and a wander around, give themselves a break. I'm going to take a 6-minute break as well because there's nothing for me to ramble on about whilst you aren't watching the poker. So we'll all be back in around 5.5 minutes now. And we're back after the break. Blinds at 15 and 30,000 with a 3,000 ante now. 3 players, all guaranteed a medal, and at least £1,370. Lee's laughing at me.
Another of Aspers' very fine dealers just come to have a look.
Yeah. Tom trying to get some photos. Yeah, we hide out the way of the camera as well. Don't worry about it.
You know, I think I actually prefer three-handed play to
Higher than that. Yeah, heads up can be a little bit hard to talk about, especially without hole cards, because it can be very taken down, no show, taken down, no flop, and
I don't think we're going to see many flops.
no, I don't think we will either.
Yeah,
but what are we talking in the middle still? Like 45, 48, 51, 54,000? Is that right?
Yeah, 54,000 chips in the middle.
That was a raise from Mark in the small blind, and Mark lets it go in the big blind.
Kings again.
And he showed King of Hearts and King of Spades. Still no action for his kings though. He will still make no dent in any stacks.
One over there.
And we're off again with Mark in the small blind, Andy Dodson in the big blind, and Mark in the button. Mark on the button, choosing to fold. Small blind.
And Max picking up raising chips here.
Yep. 65,000 total. Now it's round to Andy. It's just over a min raise. Another 35 for him to call. And he makes a call, so we will see a flop.
Stack's a little bit deeper now with 3 left.
740,000 the average. We see a King of Hearts, 9 of Hearts, 2 of Hearts flop. So yeah, 740,000. What does that make it in terms of blinds? The average
About
stack?
25. 750 would be 25 pigs.
Okay. We see Mac make a bet of 60,000. Andy moves all in and Mac folds. So Andy will take that flop. That pot even. And just as a note, compliments have been flying around from everyone for the dealers here at Aspers. It's worth mentioning. Always makes the tournament run smoother and more pleasantly when the dealers have got a grip on things and are keeping hold of the action nicely. So we've now got Mac on the button to make a decision first. Quickly mucks. Andy reaching for raising chips. That's 60,000 in raise from Andy. Mark on the button pushes, insta call.
Kings and
nines versus kings. So nines of Mark versus the kings of Andy. We'll go to a flop.
Not sure on the stacks.
No, I'm not
Andy's
sure.
The short stack.
2 queen deuce. No help for the nines. King will seal the fate, and the kings will take it. So we'll now do a count. Do you think it's going to be close? It doesn't look like there's a lot in it. Andy tries to stick a yellow in as a white there.
Yeah, Mark's got quite a big stack of tens.
Oh, absolutely, yes, didn't see that. So we'll see. It could be close. All right, okay. So we've just been handed a piece of paper that said that when they sat down after the break, Andy had 500,000 and Mark had 490, but there has been some movement since then. So close when they sat down, so we'll have to wait for the count. 2.
I think it'd be 2 million.
He hasn't got 2 million.
We've just been
We
picking
may
up.
have a,
We've just been saying how good the dealers are.
and he's just handed him all of the chips there. 2.2 million apparently. We may need a chip recount. Just working it out now. We will know exactly what that leaves us is. So we'll find out in a minute. So it looks like Andy just had Mark covered there by the looks of it. Mark takes 3rd place. Congratulations to him. That's £1,370. And what else does he get, Pops?
And an APAT bronze medal.
A bronze medal for Mark.
To go with his money.
And he's already got a gold, so that's a collection he's beginning. He will be off to have his 3rd place photos taken. We may be in the way slightly and may have to move.
We'll move down to the other end for a moment.
That's all right. So we are now heads up between Andy Dodson and Mac Headley.
So as ever in late stages of the competition, with these stacks, it relies upon 2 hands colliding.
Yep, just needs 2 big hands. So we're just having a discussion about the no need for antes, heads up. So we will just be playing with the small and big blind of 15 and 30. So Andy will be in the big blind, and Mac will be in the small blind. So we are starting this heads up match.
Heads up kicking off, first hand.
So it will be Mac to ask first.
Mac will be
just running away from the camera
Mac
there.
just completes. And we'll see a flop on the first heads up hand. Ace of diamonds, jack of diamonds, 2 of spades. And he checks, and a bet from Mac. And a call.
And we've got a call. Sorry, but I was just adjusting the camera there.
5 of spades on the turn.
So this could be a hand where some chips make some
and he checks again.
Movement.
And Mac checks back.
4 of spades on the river there. That completes a couple of things. Andy handling the chips.
A bet.
Mac looking at his cards in preparation.
About 75.
Mac says he's all in. Andy folds. And Mac will take that pot.
He's got 3-5 of diamonds for the...
he made the straight on the river. Andy said he wished the diamond had come. Would have been a fight, I believe. So we've now got Mac in the big blind, Andy in the small blind.
Chicks that wise, I think Mac's got...
Andy covered just a little bit, do you think? It's possibly quite even.
Well, actually,
2.2 million chips in play.
2 stacks of yellows is the equivalent to 1 stack of whites.
And there's 2.2 million chips in play. And we saw Andy double up on around about 600. So he must have about 1.2 million when he sat down for heads up. Which means that Mac must have had about the same. About $1 million, and there's been a couple of hands, so I think we're pretty evenly stacked.
Around level. We could be here for a...
Well, it's one of them. We said with the same with when you get to hand for hand. It's one of those things that either seems to go and you burst it really quickly, or you can be taken for a while.
And again, Mac on the big blind, first to act.
Mac on the small blind, first racked. Yeah. Here you call. Andy, having a look. Andy raises, just a min raise. Cheeky.
I think the standard is to call there.
Yeah. I don't think there's a lot you can do heads up, but other than see a flop. 9 of spades, Jack of clubs, 6 of hearts. King of diamonds on the turn. Andy reaching for chips now. 50,000 and very quickly folds. Lee just discussing there the fact that this video the stream can be watched back. It gets saved to YouTube, so you can go back and watch this. Have you missed any of the exciting bits that you'd like to see again?
That's a day of my life I'll never get back.
What, sitting and watching this live stream?
My long spell on the final table.
Hey, you just have to say you were there. Andy in the small blind electing to make the call, smooth call. Max saying not a chance. 70 on top, so that's 100,000 total, and Andy says no.
Andy says, yeah, that's enough. Yeah. I don't know what was the.
Oh, you don't know what was it? Leave it then. So we've got Mac in the small blind, Andy in the big blind.
Well, Mac's going to make the call again.
Lots of flat calling. But that's the first check from the big blind I think that we've seen for a while. Ace of hearts, king of diamonds, 4 of diamonds. Decision with Andy. Six of hearts on the turn. Andy bets 30,000. Mac lets it go. So just to remind you, they're playing for a difference of over £1,000 a year, £2,000 for second, £3,050 for first, and obviously a silver medal for second and a gold
medal.
A what? A what?
A gold APAT medal. For,
coveted.
For
Coveted.
In the APAT UK Championships. Don't forget next Sunday night, I believe, the online.
That sounds
APAT
fairly accurate.
UK Championship.
Where the medals are still up for grabs. Andy made a raise there and Mac folded. But yeah, there are medals up for grabs on the online matches as well, I believe.
I'm having to work from memory here, but I believe 6 o'clock start and a £22 buy-in on Coral.
I will go and confirm.
Oh, change of tactic here. Max just announced all in from the small blind. And Andy
on Coral, yeah.
gives you some thought and then folds. I'll let.
So just to confirm that information, on Coral site on the
what
6th
Andy might
of
have done.
December, which is the Sunday coming up, at 6 o'clock there will be the UK Online Championship, which is £20 plus 2 and is on Coral, and there will be medals available for that. And also on Sunday at 6:30, if you fancy it instead, there's the online side event, which is PLO, and that is a £10 plus £1 buy-in, so that's £11 total, both on Coral.
Andy's going to make a raise here.
As you would expect in Heads Up, there are lots of pre-flop action. You were absolutely accurate. 6 o'clock start, £22 on Coral. And then the Omaha afterwards at 6:30.
And structure very similar to the structure here. With
online version though.
12-minute online clock, which gives you a lot of play.
Yeah, it's nice, nice structures that encourage lots of...
And you don't even need to get out of your pyjamas.
You don't. It's the game you can play from the comfort of anywhere in your own home. And it's a smooth call in the small blind from Mark, and Andy raises to 65,000. 70,000. White chips, not yellow chips, if I'm so confused. Either way, Mac folded. Andy will take the 30,000.
As ever, Heads Up, the dealer's spending more time shuffling the cards than
Absolutely.
dealing flops.
That tends to be the way of it. Like you say, Heads Up waiting for two hands that can get into it with each other.
Our local card room around this point has a second dealer on the table who shuffles a second pack.
That's very clever.
Ready for the next hand to be dealt.
That's very clever. Very gluttonous and first world problem.
Moves it on nice and quickly.
Oh, we've got an all-in from the small blind of Mac, but Andy says no. Andy says not for me. Yeah, it's an excellent idea to move it on, but I think it's very first worldy, isn't it, really? I mean...
To be fair, they generally start doing that at somewhere around 3 o'clock in the morning on a school night.
That makes a lot more sense.
Getting the game finished is...
But again, the dealers here, the shuffling speed and the getting the amount of hands per hour and what's that, it must be quite healthy. They're very, very efficient. Andy reaching for raising chips and says 65,000, 75,000 is that?
7.5.
75,000 from the small blind. Macca in the big blind to make the decision. He's busy chatting to Ryan.
Of course, these guys are accumulating points for the APAT Player of the Year competition, where I think there's some added value for the winner of that.
Yes, I believe there will be. I don't think we've confirmed what that will actually be yet, but there is a leaderboard and there are totals calculated. And I believe that there's a rumour flying around that there may be a 10th anniversary style leaderboard created as well. Whether it's just for fun or value will to be seen, but it would be interesting to see over the 10 years who has
is it
consistently
really only 10 years?
Yeah, this will be the 10th year of APAT. This season 10 coming out in whenever it's soon in APAT style. A raise from Andy and an all-in from Mac and Andy Folds.
Tournament when I was at Dusk Till Dawn for some reason in their early days, and there was an APAT regional tournament going, which I got involved in. Didn't trouble the scorer.
Good.
So
Not on your first time out.
No, you'd have the joy of cracking aces with sevens. But
Oh, it's a great game. Cracking aces with anything is always good fun. Walk there for Andy in the
it's
big
not so much
blind.
fun when you're the wrong side of it.
No, but then you wouldn't be cracking aces, would you? You'd have an aces cracked.
The next stop for APAT is
Luton for the team
in
event
January.
in end of January. I believe there will be some side events, but we'd have to look into that a bit further. But for all the information, you can just go to the APAT forum, apat.com, and there is actually a section that is just called Tournament Schedule, and that will have all of the seasons stops in it.
Few of the guys here are from the obviously from the
Again,
Newcastle area. They're Hetton Social Club, who are stalwarts of the APAT team competitions.
Excellent.
And also I think Newcastle Poker Forum.
Well, that'll be nice to see some of them.
Still playing these things, but
We're nice to see some of them in January then. We just saw another raise from Andy with a push from Mac and a fold from Andy. Mac in the small blind now first to act.
yeah, I think
sides to fold.
Because has decided that it's aggression is the winning tactic.
And waiting to be, he seems to be waiting a lot for an aggressive move to make a more aggressive move rather than starting the aggression.
Good form.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach. Andy in the small blind to make a decision first. 21.5 minutes left of this level. Average is now obviously 1.1 million chips, since there was 2.2 million in play. Players have flat called and we're at the flop. 7, 4, 9, 2 clubs. Mac reaching for chips.
I think that's
50,000
chips. And on reflection, Andy probably isn't.
Chip bets on the first turn. I reckon 9 or 7.
I'll take the overs.
Okay, that sounds good. Walk for Andy there in the big blind.
I'm not going to say this hand.
Andy's decision. Grabbing for raising trips. Makes it 65,000 total. 35 more.
No, not interested in that one.
Try another one, shall we? Macca reaching for raising chips here. From the small blind, makes it 60,000. Min raise seems to be quite traditional, and we get a call.
I think a call's pretty
Go to the flop. Yep. Not many reasons for King of Diamonds, 7 of Diamonds, Ace of Hearts. Not many reasons to fall from min raise pre-flop, are there?
No, you're getting a good price on the
call. And Ace of Spades on the turn. It was checked on the flop. Andy bets 30. Small ballpark. Nothing wrong with that.
No,
Max says no. But we did see a turn and you took the overs, so I feel like that means I win.
I believe you do.
Excellent. I'll chalk that one up to fun.
So yesterday we started at 2:30.
We started at 3 eventually.
Yes, it was 3 o'clock when we started. It was 2:30. No, just after 1:30.
That we finished. Yeah.
When we finished, so that was 10.5 hours yesterday. Today we started at noon and it's now 9 o'clock. So that's getting on for 20 hours of poker for these two
with
guys.
only 2 45-minute breaks and a couple of 15-minute breaks. It's
15-minuters. It's.
I think they will all accredit to the end of it, saying that it's a slog, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know yourself.
Yeah, but it is playing a 45-minute clock, 75 quid, is just remarkably.
And that's the idea, isn't it? That's
remarkably good for poker.
So we've got a flop. It was fractured pre-flop. See a queen 3-8 flop, 2 clubs. Max says 60,000 and Andy says okay. So we're going to see another turn.
So pot's now 180,000.
7 of clubs.
And,
that's 3 clubs. All in from Mac.
Mac thinks that's.
On a call from Andy. 2 pair for Andy. Queen deuce.
Queen. So he's looking for a deuce or a 3 on
or
the
a
river.
Queen. 4 diamonds. So we're going to have a count. And we will see where we're at after that, because it's very hard to call the stacks, isn't it?
It's very difficult with the.
But we will see very shortly. He's going to do his thing. And we could be very close or have a champion. Looks like we're still going to have a couple of chips in it.
Probably going to be enough. There's some 180 odd thousand in the pot. If
Oh yeah, that could be it then. We could have our champion. Are you ready, guys?
That's just going to be enough.
Let's wait for the count from the dealer.
He's got 1,031,000, and there's just over
200. In the middle, you mean?
Well, there's 180,000 in the in the pot.
So we could be there.
There's 2,040,000 left between them, which means that I think Andy's going to be about 10,000 chips.
Let's see. You're getting his hopes up here.
Whether it is
let's
or
wait.
not.
Let's wait. And how much is here? So Mac has 1,000 chips left in play.
And
I wonder what his next move will be.
If Mac's going to win this, then guys, we're in for a long night.
Hey, it's only like what, 27 double ups, 28 double ups, and he'll be there.
Yeah, grain of rice on that first square, 2 grains of rice on the second.
Absolutely.
4 grains.
From little acorns and all that jazz. Very well played to both of you, and we'll. This could be the last hand.
My money's on Mac winning the first couple of hands from this point, because that's just the.
That's standard, isn't it? It's got to go that way. We have Max up with 1,000 chips, and we are dealing the final hand, 10-2, King Queen. Okay, so looking to avoid if we want to finish it or if we want to double up, we need a king or queen.
Oh, 2 and a 10.
And I think it's all over, and we have our champion in Andy Dodson.
Silver medal winner. Well played,
Mac
guys.
Headley is our silver medal winner. Mac will take home the silver medal,
I believe that Mr. Brunson also won a couple of tournaments.
He will take home. Let's just wait for the prizes run round.
So if we can find a Stetson for Andy and a mobility scooter. Sorry guys, that's I'll just leave everybody to take the photos and do the final acts of this this event, and I'll sign off. It's been a blast.
Thank you for joining us, Pops. It was great fun. Hopefully, Pops will be back for APAT with following his success at the first one back for a while. Lovely to have him around.
Congratulations, mate. I'll do your medal in a minute. Just get you sitting behind your chest. Background, will be alright? Only 2 minutes.
All right, okay, no, sorry.
No, no, it's all right. Right, mate, hold the medal up a little bit. You can give me a thumbs up.
Smile!
Lovely. Thanks, mate. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Is the camera on?
Congratulations, mate. Gold medal for you, Ross. If I can get you just to sit behind there, and I'll get a few pictures just in the background. You can hold that. No, you sit there, yeah. Would you mind behind your chips there? And you can hold that on the table. I'll take a few, and then we select the best ones. That'll be alright. Up there at the back. Thanks ever so much, buddy.
And if you bear with us while Tom just takes a few photos, I'll get a couple of words from our second and first place finishers.
And then would you mind just holding it for me as well, mate?
Hold it in place.
Yeah. And just tip it towards me and just, yeah. That'd be great. Smile, mate, smile. Oh. Last one, buddy. 3, 2, 1. Lovely, mate. Thank you very much. Thanks very much, buddy. Yeah. Well played. Thanks. Well played.
Right, can I just borrow you? Are you set up? Right, bear with us. Quick. Would you prefer both? If you share this. So I have with me Mac Headley and Andy Dodson, who are our first and second place winners. How did you find it in general, the overall tournament? All the way up there.
Yeah, it was excellent, great show. And today was tough as I started on the short stack, but it ran pretty good, so I'm pretty happy.
Excellent. And have you enjoyed it as an experience overall?
It's been great, yes. I mean, I was taught to come, believe it or not, because I'm normally a house bird and I usually play online.
Excellent.
But I've thoroughly enjoyed these last few days. It's been excellent, excellent.
Excellent. And how do you feel about the money and the medals? Are you happy to be?
Yeah, it's a nice little Christmas present early. So yeah.
Absolutely.
Lovely medal.
Yes, of course, the value-added seat of the World Championship of Amateur Poker. So we will see you probably in London around the Easter period, where you'll sit down. It's a very, very good fancy festival, so that'll be excellent. Brilliant. And as long as you've both had an excellent experience, that's the main thing of it, isn't it? Congratulations to you both.
Thank you, yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, cheers.
Marvellous. Take care. And that's us all finished here at the Newcastle Aspers for the UK Championships, and we will be back with you at the end of January for the team event in Luton. And we will hopefully bring you some more streaming and commentary.